Senate will come to order. The senators will please take their seats. Those persons not entitled to the privilege of the floor will please retire to the gallery. The senators and all in attendance will stand and be led in prayer by the Reverend Thurman Leonard, Restoration and Faith Ministry, Newport News, Virginia. Everyone will remain standing and be led in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America by Senate Page Virginia Tribble.
Let us bow our hearts and heads on today. Gracious God, our Father, creator of all mankind, we thank you right now for this day, this time, this opportunity. God, we ask you to bless we, your people, God. We thank you for this day. Give us wisdom and knowledge and understanding today. You said in your word that wisdom is the principal thing, but you said all I'll get and get an understanding. Give us understanding, God, of this time. Show us what to do, what time we live in, and what we ought to do in this season. And God, we just thank you, God. And we look to you, the author and the finisher of our faith today. Touch our homes, touch our spouses, our loved ones, our children, God. And if we ever needed you before, we sure do need you now. Have your way today. Grant us love, joy, and peace in this place. And let your spirit ever prevail in here. And we will give you glory. We will give you honor and praise. And in your Son, Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Clerk will call the roll. All those in attendance will please record their vote aye. Clerk will close the roll.
You have a quorum, Mr. President. Senate Journal for Friday, February 7, 2020.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Senator from Lynchburg, Senator Peake moves that the reading of the journal be waived. All in favor of waiving the reading of the journal will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 37, nays 1.
Ayes 37, nays 1. The reading of the journal is waived. The clerk will report any communication from the House of Delegates. Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, I waive the reading. I move that we waive the reading of the communications from the House of Delegates.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the reading of the communication from the House of Delegates be waived? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 37, noes 1.
Ayes 37, noes 1. The reading of the communication from the House of Delegates is waived. The clerk will report any communication from the governor.
We do not have any, sir.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Now comes the time in the morning hour. We have the privilege and the pleasure of honoring our distinguished guests with us here in the Senate gallery. I will give my usual reminder that the way that this will proceed is that a senator will stand up, recognize an individual or group. I will then offer the warm welcome of the Senate, and at the very end, we will all applaud together. I would like to begin by calling on the Senator from Western Fairfax, Senator Marsden.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise for an introduction.
Thank you, Senator. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. With us in the gallery today is a friend, neighbor, and despite knowing me for a number of years, still a supporter. She is a writer, editor, and if you've ever gotten her Christmas newsletter, you will know how good a writer she is, and she's now involved in writing novels. And a very talented person, a good friend, and I'd ask you to give the warm welcome to Prue Beauvais.
I thank the Senator. Would our friend Prue Beauvais please rise in the gallery if you are in? Prue, thank you so much for joining us here today in your capital in the Senate of Virginia. We appreciate you and echo the eloquent and generous words of the Senator from Western Fairfax, Senator Marsden. Thanks for sharing your talents with everyone here in the Commonwealth of Virginia. I would ask everyone to please join me in extending the warm welcome of the Senate to our friend Prue Beauvais. Senator from Spotsylvania, Senator Reeves.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Good morning, Senator.
I rise for purposes of an introduction.
Senator has the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen in the gallery, or ladies and gentlemen in the body, in the gallery today are a group of distinguished men who earlier this morning I had the pleasure to deliver a Senate resolution to, and these are the men of the Fairfax Masonic Lodge number 43 in Culpeper, who this year, Mr. President, are celebrating 225 years of their existence in Culpeper, and I would ask that you would give them the warm welcome of the Senate.
I thank the Senator. Would our friends from the Fairfax Masonic Lodge number 43 in Culpeper please rise in the gallery if you are able? Thank you all so much for joining us here today. Thank you for your tremendous leadership in the Commonwealth of Virginia and in Culpeper specifically. I know that your Senator, Spotsylvania Senator Reeves, is very grateful that you're here today, and we're all happy and wish you would come back and visit us again in the very near future. I would ask everyone to please join me to extend the warmest welcome of the Senate to our friends from the Fairfax Masonic Lodge number 43. Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise for two introductions.
I thank the Senator. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. If you would please extend a warm welcome to the Senate to a group, and this is a group, the Faith Leaders for Fair Lending with the Virginia Interfaith Center for Public Policy. If you would please extend to them the warm welcome of the Senate.
I thank the Senator. Would our friends from the Faith Leaders for Fair Lending with the Virginia Interfaith Center for Public Policy please rise in the gallery if you are able? Thank you all so much for joining us here today in your capital. Thank you for your advocacy year-round on behalf of those who often don't have a voice, and the care that you give to them. We are very appreciative, and we echo the generous and eloquent welcome and words of the Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke. I would ask everyone to please join me in extending the warmest welcome of the Senate to our distinguished guests. Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Thank you, Mr. President. If you would also give the warm welcome of the Senate to the individual who gave the invocation today, the Reverend Thurman Leonard from Restoration and Faith Ministry, Newport News. He's accompanied in the gallery by his wife, Lady Lula Leonard, Renee Manley, and Minister Rick Bullock.
I thank the Senator. Would our friends, Reverend Thurman Leonard, Lady Lula Leonard, Renee Manley, and Minister Rick Bullock please rise in the gallery if you are able? Reverend, family, friends, thank you all so much for joining us here today. Reverend, thank you for that gorgeous prayer, and it was very powerful, very moving, and I think it set a wonderful tone for us here in this week. And thanks for all your work in Newport News and throughout the Commonwealth of Virginia. We are grateful for you and for the First Lady's leadership. You're tremendous, and thank you all also for being here today. I would ask everyone to please join me in extending the warmest welcome of the Senate to our distinguished guests. Senator from Accomack, Senator Lewis.
Mr. President, rise for an introduction.
Thanks, Senator. You have the floor.
Mr. President, members of the Senate, visiting with us in the gallery this morning is Dr. Noel Gabriel. Dr. Gabriel is the chair of the Norfolk School Board and doing a fine job in that capacity and in many other capacities within our community in the city of Norfolk. So I'd ask that the Senate extend a warm welcome to Dr. Gabriel.
Would Dr. Noel Gabriel please rise in the gallery if you're able? Dr. Gabriel, it's always wonderful to see you. Thank you for your tremendous leadership in Norfolk over the course of many years, and thank your family as well. We know how engaged you all are. So happy to see them here with you. We appreciate you. You make Norfolk such a wonderful place to educate our children and raise a family, and we echo the eloquent and generous words of Senator from Accomack, I'm sure who is joined by Senator Spruill, Senator Locke, and so many others in expressing gratitude for your leadership. Little ones, thank you guys for being here, and I would ask everyone to please join me to send the warmest welcome of the Senate to Dr. Noel Gabriel and her family. The senior senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise for a request.
Thank the Senator. You have the floor.
Thank you. Could the general reflect that my seatmate, the senator from Northwestern Fairfax, is away today due to illness?
Thank the Senator. The Journal will so note. Senator from Northern Chesapeake, Senator Spruill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Rise for introduction.
Thank you, Senator. You have the floor.
Mr. President, we have visits today as two constituents of mine from Norfolk, Virginia, who said to me that I'm doing a good job and I'm voting right. So definitely I want them here. Beth Griffin and Mark Cook, Mr. President, will you please give them a warm welcome to the Senate?
I thank the Senator. Would Beth Griffin and Mark Snell Cook please rise in the gallery if you're able? Beth and Mark, thank you so much for joining us here today. Thank you for taking your time to be a part of the legislative process. It's always wonderful to have dedicated citizens to make our process work even better. I know that Senator from Northern Chesapeake, Senator Spruill, in particular, is very happy to see you. And I would ask everybody to please join me in extending the warmest welcome of the Senate to our friends Beth Griffin and Mark Snell Cook. Senator from Alexandria, Senator Evan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise for an introduction.
Thank you, Senator. You have the floor.
On behalf of Senator Boysko and other Northern Virginia senators, I wanted to call your attention in the gallery to CASA. CASA was formed in 1985 as a Latino organization of immigrants, and this is a return visit. They are made up of organized and effective advocates, some of whom have testified with great success in committee and are interested in following the legislative process on their bills through to fruition. So with that, I would ask that you extend a warm welcome to CASA.
Thank the Senator. Would our friends and leaders from CASA please rise to the gallery if you're able? Thank you all so much for joining us here today and for being a constant presence here in the Capitol. We are very grateful to you for standing up for many people who often do not have a voice. And so you're welcome in your Capitol any day of the week. And I would ask everyone to please join us in the warmest welcome of the Senate to our friends from CASA. The junior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator Kiggins. Okay.
As you were, Mr. President. I don't have a green.
No worries. Thank you, Senator. Do any other senators wish to be recognized for purposes of an introduction? Is there any other business to come in the morning hour? Seeing none, the clerk will call the calendar.
Senate calendar for Monday, February 10th, 2020. Regular calendar, Senate bills on third reading. Senate Bill 911, a bill relating to parking of vehicles, electric vehicle charging spots, civil penalties.
The junior senator from Chesterfield, Senator Hashmi.
Thank you, Mr. President. SB 911 seeks to address the issue of parking shortages that we have now with our growing number of electric vehicles and charging vehicles throughout Virginia. We have well over 12,000 vehicles that require charging, and finding parking spots can oftentimes be difficult. And the issue sometimes is that individuals who do not need to charge their vehicles because they are fueled by gas are taking up the spots when they should not be doing so. So this bill seeks to address that critical need to ensure that there is availability for vehicles that need to have plug-in options so that they can remain on the road and be functional. And I ask for passage of the bill. I move that we pass the bill.
I thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 911? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 911 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 22, noes 17.
Ayes 22, noes 17. Senate Bill 911 passes.
Senate Bill 5. A bill relating to the Board of Education, uniform minimum standards for modern public school buildings.
Senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I now move that Senate Bill 5 pass, and speaking to that.
Senator has the floor.
And the bill. Mr. President, members of the Senate, Senate Bill 5 basically sets forth as part of what we're trying to do in making sure that we provide an equal education to all of our students, regardless of their zip code, where they live in Virginia, is that we must always undertake to have modern schools, whether it's in Lee County or in Loudoun County. Every school should be modern to give our children the best opportunity to grow, to learn, and then to become successful adults. Because the vast majority of our students don't even go on to college. So this is our opportunity to teach them and make them ready for the workforce of the 21st century. This bill basically has the Board of Education that will prescribe, after getting together, a standard, a minimum standard of what here in the Commonwealth of Virginia we will determine to be a modern school. And that is not only in accordance with all the building codes, but in terms of technology and safety and providing children with everything they possibly need just in the physical structure. And for those reasons, Mr. President, I renew my motion that Senate Bill 5 pass.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 5? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 5 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. Senate Bill 5 passes.
Senate Bill 421, a bill relating to open-end credit plans, payday lenders, and short-term loans, consumer finance loans, car title lending. And there's a floor amendment.
Senator from Hampton, Senator Lott.
Senator Norman.
Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank the gentlelady from Hampton. I have the floor amendment, which has been distributed on the senator's desk and which I have previewed with Senator Locke. Consequently, I would move that we reconsider the vote by which the bill was ordered to be engrossed and advanced to its third reading, sir.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the vote by which the bill was ordered engrossed and advanced to its third reading be reconsidered? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The motion is agreed to. The senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Mr. President, the proposed amendment has been distributed on the senator's desk, and therefore I would request that we waive the reading of the proposed amendment.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the reading of the amendment be waived? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the amendment is waived. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would now move that the floor amendment be agreed to, and speaking to that motion.
Senator has the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen, as everyone knows, Senate Bill 421 is a piece of legislation that has been proposed to provide some restrictions on a number of open-end loans and credit plans, payday lenders, those type of things. And, of course, this has been an ongoing dialogue for many years. It occurs to me that this is a fairly significant and sweeping change in the way that we have been doing small loans in the Commonwealth of Virginia. It is also complicated by the fact that there are a number of other pieces of legislation that are moving through the process dealing with smaller loans. So what the floor amendment proposes is basically a reenactment clause in 2021, and that a study group will be convened by the Bureau of Financial Institutions to look at this situation and to come back and share with us any recommendations or reflections that they may have. So with that, Mr. President, I would renew my motion that the floor amendment be adopted.
Thank the senator. For what purpose is the senator from Eastern Fairfax? Senator Surville rise.
Speaking to the motion.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, this specific, not quite this specific, but this concept was discussed in the Commerce and Labor Committee. It was proposed that we put a reenactment clause on it. The committee chose to instead put a delayed enactment on it. This was considered by the committee. It was debated in committee. It was rejected. The second thing I would say is about 2 years ago, we did convene a stakeholder group with the Bureau of Financial Institution to discuss my legislation and a couple other bills. Nobody could agree on anything. the incumbent lenders, they all disagree with each other. They disagree with the consumer groups. Studying this and getting another group together to find out they don't agree about anything isn't going to resolve anything. We've been talking about this and debating it now for 5 years. We need to just vote this bill through. I'd encourage the body to vote against the amendment.
Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding the floor amendment? For what purpose, Senator from Hampton? Senator Locke, rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would also encourage everyone to vote against this amendment. We don't need a study to know that 300% APR is bad for constituents and our consumers. A reenactment is a vote to kill reform, and we simply need to move forward with this legislation. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the floor amendment be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. The floor amendment is rejected. Seeing at least 8 hands, we will have a recorded vote. The question is, shall the floor amendment be adopted? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 18, noes 21.
Ayes 18, noes 21. The floor amendment is rejected. Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we engross and advance Senate Bill 421 to its third reading.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading. Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend the rules and dispense with the third constitutional reading.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the rules be suspended and the third constitutional reading be dispensed with? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, noes 0. The rules are suspended and the third constitutional reading is dispensed with. Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that Senate Bill 421 pass, and speaking to that motion.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 421 is comprehensive lending reform that targets predatory lending practices, but still ensures widespread access to affordable credit. We are addressing all of it: payday lending, title lending, online lending, consumer finance, and open-end credit loans. This bill was brought forward because Virginia has some of the weakest laws in the country for payday and title loans. The same lenders are charging Virginians 3 times more than what they charge people in other states. This is unacceptable, and Virginia consumers deserve better. So this is simply what this legislation does, and again, I move passage.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 421? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 421 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 23, noes 16.
Ayes 23, noes 16. Senate Bill 421 passes.
Senate Bill 561, a bill relating to workers' compensation, compensability of post-traumatic stress disorder incurred by a law enforcement officer or firefighter.
Senator from Fauquier, Senator Vogel.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage of the bill and speaking to that motion.
Thank you, Senator. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think many members of this body understand that we have placed a high priority on the health and the safety of those who put their lives on the line every day for us. And earlier in the Senate session, we passed legislation to protect our firefighters and first responders for certain cancers. And this bill is actually much narrower, but this is specifically to address certain categories where our first responders suffer from PTSD. This bill is the result of a JLARC study and comes to the body at the end of that study. And the study made it very clear that our first responders are really without any resort for coverage unless we pass this legislation and make this not a presumption. This is not a presumption bill, which many of you heard before, but in fact make this something that would be an actual injury that would be covered, or actual actual disease, actually. So with that, I would ask the members of the body to please support this bill. It will have such an impact. And had you been in committee to hear the testimony from one of the folks who was caught in the Virginia Beach tragedy, who has really suffered and his life can be saved from treatment for their PTSD, I would tell you it's very compelling, and it affects the long-term physical health of so many of our first responders. So I'd ask that you please support the bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 561? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 561 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 37, noes 2.
Ayes 37, noes 2. Senate Bill 561 passes.
Senate Bill 612, a bill to establish the Commission for Historical Statues in the United States Capitol to provide for the replacement of the Robert E. Lee statue in the National Statuary Hall collection of the United States Capitol.
Senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the bill pass.
Senator, has the floor.
Yes, sir. Mr. President, again, the bill authorizes a process and a commission to replace the Robert E. Lee statue as one of Virginia's 2 allotted sculptures in the Statuary Hall collection of the U.S. Capitol. I also like to indicate that once the commission has met, they will make the recommendation back to the members of the General Assembly.
Thank the senator. For what purpose is Senator from Lynchburg, Senator Peake, rise?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I rise to see if the gentlelady from Portsmouth will yield for a question.
Will Senator yield?
I shall yield, Mr. President.
Senator yields. You have the floor.
Yes, I am looking at lines 42, section 4. It says members of the commission shall be compensated for their service. Do we have any idea how much they're going to be compensated or who sets that compensation?
Senator, has the floor.
Mr. President, I would respond to the gentleman. No, I have no idea how much compensation will be set. I'm sure that will be done by the commission once it gets established.
Further question?
Mr. President, further, I think it may be set by the Senate clerk, so you might want to ask her.
Does anyone know how much they're going to be compensated and who sets that compensation? Is my question to the body.
Mr. President?
Hold on 1 second. Senator still has the floor.
Just going to say, because it also includes members, it will include members of this body and the House. So I have some interest in knowing how we're going to compensate them for this extra duty.
Senator for Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Yes, sir. Mr. President, the reason why the Senate clerk is going to respond is because she's also going to be a member of that commission.
I see. Madam Clerk?
I'm not going to get paid. The citizen members are paid at a rate set forth in the code. Members of the General Assembly are paid by the per diem set forth in the Appropriations Act. So there's a formula based on the number of meetings. If you have about 4 meetings, I don't know how many members are on this, but it's 4 meetings times what the dollar amount is for the reimbursement.
Thanks, Senator. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Senator from, did the Senator from Alexandria, Senator Eben, did you wish to be heard? No? Okay. Senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. President. No one else.
Actually, Senator, looks like we have Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan. What purpose does Senator rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm just wondering if the patron will yield for a question.
Will Senator yield?
I will, Mr. President.
Senator yields. You have the floor.
I know we've had a discussion about the General Assembly making the final decisions, but I note that on line 45, it says that the commission shall determine whether the statue of Robert E. Lee should remain or be replaced, as opposed to including that in the report. They're to report back to the General Assembly which statue they think should be in, but they have the power to make the decision about whether it stays or goes.
Mr. President, I will respond by indicating that the commission will bring forth more than just the one name as had been suggested by members of this body. So the Robert E. Lee will also be included in the list of those that will be recommended. So it's not just going to be one recommendation. There will be several recommendations made by the commission.
Further question? No. Do any other senators other than the patron wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 612? Seeing none, call Senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Yes, sir. Mr. President, I renew my motion that the bill pass.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall Senate Bill 612 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 17.
Ayes 21, noes 17. Senate Bill 612 passes.
Senate Bill 134, a bill relating to school boards, teachers' planning time, and planning periods.
Mr. President.
A senator from Spotsylvania, Senator Reeves.
Having voted on the prevailing side in which we just passed the last bill, forgive me for the number, I'd ask that be reconsidered.
Okay. Question is, shall the vote by which Senate Bill 612 pass be reconsidered? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 0.
Ayes 38, noes 0. The motion is agreed to. Senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. President. Having previously been explained, I move again that the bill pass.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall Senate Bill 612 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 20, noes 19.
Ayes 20, noes 19. Senate Bill 612 passes.
Senate Bill 134, a bill relating to school boards, teachers' planning time, and planning periods.
Senator from King George, Senator Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move the bill pass and speaking to it.
Thank you, Senator. You have the floor.
Mr. President, what this bill does is it requires the school divisions give teachers 45 minutes of planning time, an average of it. Most of them already get it. This really was directed at the elementary school teachers. Unfortunately, the Finance Committee gutted the bill by putting a clause on it. We all know it's not going to get funded. But you at least get to vote in the spirit of giving teachers planning time. I hope everybody will support the bill.
Thank you, Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 134? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 134 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 31, noes 8.
Ayes 31, noes 8. Senate Bill 134 passes.
Senate Bill 632, a bill relating to public utilities, energy storage capacity in the Commonwealth.
Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill pass and speak to that motion.
And Senator, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, I explained this bill pretty thoroughly yesterday, but this is just the bill that says that 2,700 megawatts of energy storage is now in the public interest, and that 35% of that storage procured has to be privately owned, not by the incumbent utility. It's absolutely necessary if we're going to transform to a renewable energy economy with things like solar and wind, and we can't do one without the other. I move the bill pass.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose does the senior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator D. Steph, rise?
Mr. President, will the gentleman rise for a question?
Senator, yield for a question.
As long as they're not the same questions from yesterday or Friday.
Senator yields. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, my first question would be the difference or the impact on the ratepayers, Mr. President. So what would the impact be on the ratepayers on a per month or per annual basis?
Senator has the floor.
Well, I would say to the senator, first of all, I think it sort of depends on how you look at it. First of all, there's some uncertainty with regard to that because these technologies are evolving and we're not mandating a specific type of technology. And a lot of this stuff is coming into focus as many states start to increase their spending on this and economies of scale kick in. So on the cost side, there's uncertainty, but also it's also a function of how you count the benefits to ratepayers. And at least on what's been studied so far, the conclusion of the study that I think was procured last year was that for every 100 megawatts, I'm trying to find the line right now, but every 100 megawatts there was like $40 or $50 million of benefits, or $20 to $40 million of benefits to ratepayers, because one of the things that storage does is it even outs demand during the day, and it reduces your need for generation capacity for peak times. So, because you can actually use the storage during the day to deal with peak situations. And so it's kind of complicated, but I can't give you a specific number.
Mr. President,
Question?
speaking to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
So, Mr. President, I've watched over the last couple of days what we've done to our ratepayers and tried to look at it over the last year. So with what we did with coal ash remediation, we added $5 a month to the ratepayers. If you look at what we're doing with offshore wind and listen to the SEC yesterday, we're going to add $12 per month, or $144 to the ratepayers. It could be as low as $4 by some other individuals. If you look at RGGI, somewhere around $2.25 per month. Electric buses, another $1.40. Solar bill that we had, $12.50. Energy storage, this is going to be somewhere from 50 cents to $5, but indeterminate because we're not quite sure. Mr. President, we still have to talk about the stranded cost of early retirement of our power plants as we take them offline. Grid Transformation and Security Act, again, not sure how much that's going to cost. Haven't seen anything on that yet. And then the strategic undergrounding, another $1.33. So, Mr. President, if you add that up, you're going to quickly come up to about $500 per month with the stuff we can add up. I'm sorry, $500 per year with the stuff we can add up. I just want to be correct on that. And, Mr. President, I don't know about everybody else in this chamber, but I have a lot of residents who may have a little bit more gray hair than myself, maybe a little bit older, and maybe on fixed incomes. And a lot of these individuals, when I talk to them, they have to make choices, very hard choices. Their choices are between health care, prescription drugs, food, and now we have another indeterminate cost that we're going to increase their cost of their electricity. And, Mr. President, I get very concerned when we're throwing another $500 a year on top of their increase in health care cost. We're not taking advantage of all the costs we could take advantage of for prescription drugs. And we keep adding it up and adding it up and adding it up. And these individuals who are on fixed incomes, I'm very concerned about their choices they're going to have to make. And Mr. President, I don't think we should be putting on more and more costs, increasing gas taxes, and doing all of this without having a better understanding of what it's going to do to our retired individuals or those on fixed incomes, because all we're doing is we're taking away from the kitchen table. So they have to make hard decisions on, do I pay my electric bill, which they have to pay because you don't want that shut off? Do I pay for my food, or do I pay for my prescription drugs or my health care? Mr. President, I can't in good conscience continually let us increase the cost that we're putting on the ratepayers, that we're putting on individuals with fixed incomes, and we say, oh, well, somebody's got to pay for it. And then we say, well, we've got a caveat here. If you're on TANF or SNAP, then you don't have to pay it. So we're going to move those costs onto the other individuals with fixed incomes as well. So now they're going to take the burden of those costs as well. Mr. President, I don't feel that's right, and I can't support when we keep adding on and adding on and adding on to our elderly and those on fixed incomes. So I hope you join with me and vote against this bill. Thank you.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose, Senator from Loudoun, Senator Bell rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the gentleman from Eastern Fairfax yield for a question?
Senator Yield.
I'll yield.
Senator Yield, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I asked the gentleman, is it true that the 100-megawatt battery storage plant in Australia that Tesla built just a little over a year ago already saved $50 million for consumers?
Senator has the floor.
That's what I read last week in an article.
Further question?
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Yield.
Next question I would ask, is it true that the same storage project in Australia has actually been so successful, reduced downtimes and saved money, that they're now increasing it from 100 megawatts to 150 megawatts just a year and a half after it was built?
Senator has the floor.
I think I read that also in the same article. But yeah, I'd agree.
Further question?
And maybe that has something to do with why Tesla's stock is up 100% in the last 3 months.
Thanks. Senator, did you want to speak? Okay.
Yeah.
For what purpose, Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator?
If no one else desires to speak.
Actually, someone else does, but For what purpose does the senior senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw, rise?
Speak to the bill.
Senator, the floor.
Mr. President and members of the Senate, I think everybody in this room, or mostly everybody in this room, we concede that we've got a climate problem. And it's not so much a matter of renewables, because a lot of the utilities are considering micronuclear plants, but there's going to be a lot of renewables. The point that I want to make is that we know we got a problem and we can't fix it for free. I wished we could, but we can't. And there was a lady in there yesterday, there was a spokesman for the State Corporation Commission, and she had a whole list of charges that would, as a result of one of the bills that I think it may have been the big bill that we've amended, the Clean Economy Act, the Senate version of it. And essentially by 2030, with all the things that we've been doing, the average bill would go up about $25 to $26 a month, or somewhere between $300 and $325. That's in 2030, 10 years from now. As I said before, we can't do this for free. We can't fix the roads for free. We've tried for years and years and years, I would say, to the people in here, to find people who would pour that asphalt for free, and we just have not been successful. And as a result, we're going to have to, deal with that situation later on, or today and tomorrow. Anyway, we put in the Grid Transformation Act in 2018. That was Senate Bill 966 that Senator Wagner and I had. Over the next 10 years, $130 million is in that bill, that requiring the Phase 2 utility, which would be Dominion, to spend $130 million out of the shareholders' money, not out of the ratepayers, to help subsidize low-income homes, to help out in a situation described by the senior senator from Virginia Beach. So it's not like we're totally coming down on them with a ton of bricks. We are looking out for them. And there's $130 million that's going to do just that, plus other things that have been occurring since then with respect to that bill that are going to lower the, and the bill you'll see from the senior senator from Richmond, that will lighten the load on low-income, people. So, like I said, we can't get there, for free. The senior senator from Virginia Beach lives in an area that a lot of people and scientists say is going to be affected by climate change. And I'm not interested in asking all the people. Of course, I won't be here. Some of y'all might, but I won't. 80 years from now, to tread water 24 hours a day. So I would hope, I don't think that this is going to do a lot of damage to pocketbooks 10 years from now, and I would hope that you all would vote for this bill, because we just can't ignore this problem.
Thank the senator. For what purpose, Senator from Bedford, Senator Newman, rise?
Mr. President, speaking to the bill.
Senator, has the floor.
Mr. President, I stand in opposition to the bill today, and I think that I was very much on the fence before the amendment yesterday. For those of you that are on the floor and really don't spend much time in commerce and labor, there's a couple of things that you need to probably consider. One is when a bill comes through and has that it is demanding that it's in the public interest. And I think I would be okay in occasionally demanding things to be in the public interest if I could figure out exactly what the costs are and understand the benefits. Mr. President, we're going to hear at some point later on the gentlelady, the senior senator from Richmond, that actually put a multiplier cap in it. And I thought that was a unique way to do it. I'm not sure that I fully agree with the entire tenets of the bill, but at least we know how much it's going to cost. This one has multiple difficulties for ratepayers. One, it is in the public interest. There is no maximum cost multiplier, and even after we get done building the storage units, which is a huge amount of storage, the infrastructure, the GSUs, the transformers, everything that it takes to connect this to the grid is also added in, also been told to be part of the public interest, and will go directly to ratepayers. Mr. President, I don't plan to stand on all these bills, and I'm fairly sure how this bill is going, but I will tell you this. If any of you come from the American Electric Power portion of Virginia, you saw a few years ago their rates go up by 50%. The impact on the low income, the impact on families in Central Virginia, Western Virginia was substantial. And it didn't impact what the senior senator from Virginia Beach was talking about. Mr. President, I would hope that when we do this, we would not determine that we have to do something that's in the public interest, that we would put a multiplier on it, because if truly this is going to be much like what Tesla has done in other countries, then it's going to actually save money. If it saves money, you don't declare it in the public interest. You don't have to declare it in the public interest because it'll be approved by the State Corporation Commission. Mr. President, on behalf of, I think, just millions of ratepayers, I wish we had an exact number of how much this will cost them per month, and along with some of the other bills, but I would hope that we would consider them when voting on this bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. For what purpose is Senator from Henrico? Senator Dunham, rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to speak to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
And I, likewise, am not going to get up on each of these energy bills, but I simply want to say that I am very interested in finding storage for solar energy and battery storage. I think that's a really exciting evolution for energy going forward, and I don't think solar is going to work without it. My problem with this bill and many of the bills we're going to talk about today is that we are asking the ratepayers to take the risk. If this is such a phenomenal business risk with a good return in anticipation as seen where it was done in Australia, that is a business risk that should be shouldered on the risk of business investors, that they can then see the return. But we should not be putting this on the ratepayers who are incredibly unlikely to ever see a return on the investment in the form of a reduction of their rates. This is not good for Virginia's ratepayers, and I think there are better ways that we could come up with funding a project like this that doesn't, energy is a fixed cost no matter what your income is. And when you increase that income, you are disproportionately disadvantaging people who maybe don't get any of the programs that we've talked about. Thank you, Mr. President. I encourage the body to vote against this.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose is Senator from Roanoke County? Senator Suderline, rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. To speak briefly to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, it surprises no one in here, I'm sure, that I oppose another bill that's going to increase the cost to the ratepayer. I thought it was interesting hearing some of the remarks in support of this legislation, referenced 966 from a few years ago, that we're still waiting to see how that helped the ratepayer. It did seem to help investors a fair bit, and that legislation only followed the rate freeze legislation, where we were told by the same folks that support this legislation that electric rates were about to go up, and that out of the goodness of their heart, the electric monopolies wanted to freeze the rates so that the ratepayers weren't overcharged. And shockingly, that was enough for anyone that paid attention to realize, electric rates are actually projected to go down by these analysts. But instead, the General Assembly, I believe, usurped the constitutional authority of the State Corporation Commission and froze those rates. Folks artificially paid higher rates. Excess profits went into the shareholders' pockets. And then when it was finally exposed that the monopolies could no longer hold in good faith the arguments they had made, they said, well, we're going to put this money towards other investments that are just necessary. And that's where we got 966. And now before us we have several more bills that state it's in the public's interest. I would echo what the senator from Bedford said, except I would say it more emphatically. Whenever we write in the code that
that something is in the public's interest, you can be certain that it's not in the public's interest. And that's why the State Corporation Commission has turned it down. The State Corporation Commission that's elected by this chamber and the chamber down the hall. So I think it's very disingenuous for us to do this, and it's awful that we're doing this to folks on the margins with these higher electric bills.
Do any senators other than the patron wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 632? Seeing none, Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Surville.
Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking to the motion.
Senator has the floor.
Okay, so first of all, I went back and looked at the study. They said the benefits of 100 megawatts or 1,000 megawatts is 20 to 58 million per year. So presumably you go to 2,700, you're talking about 50 million to 110 million of benefit. Just want to make sure that's clear. Number two, I heard coal ash mentioned. Subject near and dear to my heart. Folks, coal ash is pollution prevention. When you make electricity, it causes pollution. That means you got to pay for it, whether it's nuclear waste or mercury going up in the air or coal ash. That has to be paid no matter what. That's been a long-standing 70, 80-year tradition in this Commonwealth. What we agreed to do is to spend a little bit more on coal ash.
Will the Speaker yield for just one quick question?
Sure.
I will not try to trample on his closing.
You have the floor.
But my question is, did we allow the electric monopolies to profit on the coal ash when we increased the rates on electric ratepayers across Virginia that are captive?
Senator has the floor.
A little bit.
Thank you.
Well, no, but listen, we did what we did do is we said they could get the rate of return on the coal ash, but we also said that to the extent that they have to advance money that they're not able to recoup because we put a $50 million a year cap on it, they weren't allowed to get a time value of money or a rate of return on that money they fronted. So it's not, we didn't give them the full profit that we normally give on projects like that. We gave them a partial profit. So in any event, that's why I said a little. In any event, back to my point, coal ash is pollution control. That's something that's something that we have to do, just like nuclear waste and mercury, whatever. I heard buses mentioned. I confirmed earlier this morning that the energy storage created by the bus program will be counted towards this 2,700, because if you were in committee on Sunday, you heard that these buses, I think, are going to have maybe 300 megawatts or something like that of storage. That will count towards the 2,700. So the buses are included in this. I just want to make that point. But the last thing I want to say, the last couple points I want to make is this. You know, we heard the State Corporation Commission yesterday come to us and tell us that, you know, of all the things we're doing, it's going to cost like $20 a month or whatever it was. And nowhere in the State Corporation Commission's analysis did they talk about the cost of climate change or the cost of cancer or asthma or the fact that we're going to have malaria-ridden mosquitoes around here like in Costa Rica because we're going to have the climate of, South America up here. I mean, the State Corporation Commission never looks at the full cost of anything. Take, for example, the undergrounding program. If you go read their opinion...
Will the gentleman yield for a question?
Sure, I'll yield.
Senator yields. You have the floor.
Mr. President, can the gentleman show me in his bill where it talks about the decommissioning requirement for these batteries, how many landfills we're going to bury, and how we're going to put or deal with these batteries after they're done with their useful life?
Senator has the floor.
There's nothing in there about decommissioning of batteries. That's something, of course, the State Corporation Commission can take into account when they decide whether to approve it or not.
Mr. Chairman, would the gentleman yield for a further question?
Yeah, I'll yield.
Senator yields. You have the floor.
Would you agree with me then that that's another unintended cost of this technology is we don't have a way to decommission or do anything with these batteries other than landfill them?
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I would say the gentleman doesn't quite fully understand the bill. As I pointed out yesterday in response to the senator from Chesapeake's question, there are probably about 10 or 15 different technologies that might be used, including molten salt and flywheels and a lot of other things. It's not just batteries we're talking about. It could be many different things, and as this market develops, we'll find out what it is and what the externalities are they have with them. But again, the State Corporation Commission has been playing this game for 20 years where we ask them to do something, and they take this little tiny myopic cost view of it to deny it. Take, for example, undergrounding, right? You read the undergrounding bill, all they talk about is it was $100,000 a house or something. Do they talk about what the cost is to like 50,000 people to have their power shut off for an extra 5 days? No, they don't talk about that. All they talk about is the cost that they can specifically determine so they can reject a project. And it's because of that kinds of gamesmanship and because that body has been interpreting the law to basically, authorize, not considering any kind of climate consequences whatsoever, we have to do this kind of stuff. And sooner or later, we have to start dealing with climate change. I mean, we heard these same arguments 10 years ago. Solar's too expensive. Solar doesn't work. Look at Solyndra. Blah, 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 right? What happened? North Carolina has way more solar than we do. We're playing catch up with the rest of the country because we've been making these same arguments for 10 years. You know what? That time is over. The time's over. We're going to deal with climate change. We're going to start paying for carbon. We're going to start actually considering the full costs of all this destruction on our society. And that's why we need to support this bill and stop making these same old, tired arguments we've been hearing for 10 years about how climate change isn't something we need to deal with right now. It's time to act.
Question is, shall Senate Bill 632 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 20, noes 19.
Ayes 20, noes 19. Senate Bill 632 passes.
Senate Bill 710, a bill relating to the regulation of sales of electricity under third-party sales agreements, etc.
Senior Senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Could this bill go by for the day?
Without objection, Senate Bill 710 will go by for the day.
Senate Bill 14, a bill relating to manufacture, importation, sale, etc. of trigger activators, prohibition penalty.
Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, I move the passage of Senate Bill 14. This is a bill
There's the floor.
This is the bill that I described on Friday as a mirror image of the alcohol, tobacco, and firearms regulation that was put out a year ago, December 26, to go into effect last March 26. And you had until, I think, June 24th or 25th, if you had one of these, to either turn it in or destroy it or face the possibility. And you might want to take a look at this. Mine's a Class 6 felony. If the state prosecutes you, the maximum on that is 5 years, $2,500. If we didn't have this bill, you'd be prosecuted by the federal government, and that's up to 10 years in prison and a $10,000 fine for sale or possession of that. If you're in possession of that now, you're facing a long term in prison. So with that, and like I said, it mirrors the ATF bill and law. So I would ask that the bill support, the bill pass.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose is the Senior Senator from Virginia Beach, Sir D. Steph, rise?
Mr.
Use the other one.
Mr. President, I guess a word out in my last speech. Mine's not used to the gentleman from senior senator from Fairfax. Will the senior senator from Fairfax yield for a question, Mr. President?
Will Senator yield?
Certainly.
Senator yields. You have the floor.
Mr. President, the senior senator from Fairfax understands that there's been an ATF regulation, not just this one, but is he aware of the regulation that's been on the books for almost 20 years, which creates any modification to any trigger that if more than one bullet is fired at the pull of a trigger has been a federal offense for over 20 years?
Senator's the floor.
That may be, but apparently the ATF didn't feel that way, or they wouldn't have put this regulation out.
Further question?
Mr. President, I am an FFL holder and have had numerous conversations with the ATF on this. There was a ban by the executive order on this in December of 2019. There's been multiple bans in multiple cases where binary triggers and bump stocks have been banned for years, but any trigger modification, no matter how it happens, has been against the federal code for years and years. And, Mr. President, with that, I think that we're creating a bill to add to our section of code because it's already been in federal law. So, I'm sorry, speaking to the bill, Mr. President.
Senator's the floor.
This has been part of our federal law for years and years, and any modification to a trigger on a weapon that makes it fire more than one bullet per pull of the trigger is against federal law and has been. So I don't think this bill is necessary, Mr. President. It's already a federal law. And anyone in law enforcement knows that when you can convict somebody and charge them with a federal offense, you do that. Thank you, Mr. President. I hope we'll vote against this bill.
What purpose is Senator from James City County? Senator Norman Rise.
Mr. President, I rise to comment on the bill.
Senator, the floor.
I listened very attentively to the explanation on the disparity in the potential punishment on a federal offense as opposed to a state offense. And the senator indicated that if you were charged under the state offense, that the potential punishment could be less. Mr. President, I would say that whenever you have a duplicity of legislation that is acted on a federal level and also a comparable bill is enacted on a state level, that the feds can always preempt the state case and take that into federal court. So you should not get any comfort or reassurance just because we have a state law that might encompass less punishment than the federal law. I can tell you that I've seen it happen many times down in Hampton Roads where a state charge on a firearm has been brought and then the federal folks step in on it, and there is a much more punitive measure that is available.
Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 14? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 14 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 18.
Ayes 21, noes 18. Senate Bill 14 passes.
Senate Bill 34, a bill relating to the Department of Motor Vehicles, driver documents, and reexamination fees.
Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that bill go by for the day so Senator Boysko can be here to speak to her project.
Without objection, Senate Bill 34 will go by for the day.
Senate Bill 92, a bill relating to voter registration of persons aged 16 or older.
Senator from Western Fairfax, Senator Marsden.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the bill pass. And speaking to the measure.
Thank you, Senator. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill allows for individuals 16 years of age or older to pre-register to vote. What would happen here if a young person went into DMV to get their driver's license? They'd be offered the opportunity to register to vote. They would not be allowed to vote until they were eligible under Virginia law. But what it does is encourage young people to get involved in the political process, encourage them to vote. As chairman of the Civic Education Committee, this is vitally important to get young people engaged. 21 states allow for pre-registration, and it is an important measure to make sure in this country of ours with a low voter turnout that we encourage our young people to get involved, and this will also cut down, Mr. President, on numerous trips to the DMV, which is a painful experience for many folks having to wait. This just removes that many people from the waiting line, and I reiterate my motion to pass the bill.
Thank you, Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 92? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 92 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 19, noes 20.
Ayes 19, noes 20. Senate Bill 92 fails.
Senate Bill 179, a bill relating to hate crimes, gender disability, gender identity, or sexual orientation penalty.
Senator from Arlington, Senator Favola.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that Senate Bill 179 pass, and speaking to the motion.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill amends the hate crimes bill, which is currently in our state statute. And what it does is it adds the categories of gender, gender identity, disability, and sexual orientation. My bill tracks federal law. All the the categories that I mentioned are covered in federal law, and it does account for civil action, which is already on our books, as well as assault and battery. My bill does remove a minimum mandatory sentencing requirement and does require reporting of such crimes. I think this bill is important. I think it's a bill that says to all Virginians that they are valued. It is a tool in the toolbox for prosecutors who can adequately demonstrate that a crime was committed in part because of hatred or other reasons based on again, ethnicity, religion, gender, the new categories, gender identity, disability, and sexual orientation. Unfortunately, hate crimes have been on the rise. And since 2017, we have had an increase in racially motivated crimes, religiously motivated crimes related to sexual orientation, and also crimes related to disability. So I ask that the Senate pass this bill, and I'm happy to take questions, but I think the bill is self-explanatory. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 179? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 179 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 26, noes 13.
Ayes 26, noes 13. Senate Bill 179 passes.
Senate Bill 272, a bill relating to tethering animals, adequate shelter, and space.
Senator from Loudoun, Senator Bell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage of the bill. And speaking to that motion.
Thank you, Senator. You have the floor.
Mr. President, this bill simply limits the tethering of animals, dogs, when there's no one present on the property. We've tried to work with a number of different stakeholder groups to make this specific. It does not apply to agricultural animals. We've also made sure we protected hunters' rights here as well. And it is between the hours of 10 p.m., 6 a.m., and it's really temperature specific, or if there's a severe weather warning, which would hurt the animals. With that, I renew my motion to pass the bill.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 272? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 272 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 19, noes 19, Rule 36-1.
Ayes 19, noes 19, Rule 36-1. The chair votes aye. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 384, a bill relating to Virginia lottery, sports betting, problem gambling treatment and support fund, sports betting operations fund, penalties.
Senator from Prince William County, Senator McPike.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move Senate Bill 384 pass, and speaking to the motion.
Senator has the floor.
This is the bill that would legalize online sports betting. Since the Supreme Court decision of the last several years, I know we've been considering this measure, and having a look across Virginia, we now realize that the provisions for online sports gambling exist in North Carolina, as well as West Virginia, as well as D.C. And we know that millions of Virginians place bets every single year. So this really provides some sunlight, provides the framework so we understand the framework of which bets are being placed, as well as establish a fund or problem gaming treatment fund, and several other efforts. I think it's important to note that because of some of the context of our neighboring jurisdictions, we're faced with the fact that in my district we have a lot of commuters that work in D.C. They can go now into D.C. coming up in March when they complete their process and place bets. And so it's time that this bill pass, provides the framework, provides the transparency, provides the taxation to keep these bets as well as the tax revenue within Virginia. And I move the bill pass. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose is Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain, rise?
Mr. President, I rise to speak to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I won't spend much time speaking to this, but Senator from Prince William points out that his constituents are going to be able to walk across the river or ride across the river or Uber across the river or Turo across the river or whatever and engage in sports betting. And, you know, if we have a lot of bills that are going to deal with underprivileged Virginians, people who are struggling with financial issues. And as a matter of fact, gentlelady from Hampton, I guess, is going to present her bill to us tomorrow dealing with lending. And we're going to have to deal with that. My question is, I mean, if you think that predatory lending is bad for poor people in Virginia, gambling is bad on steroids. And I just would point out the disparate treatment that we're giving to legislation that's going to hurt poor people in Virginia and urge members of the body to consider casting a red vote.
Do any senators other than the patron wish to be heard on Senate Bill 384? Seeing none, Senator from Prince William County, Senator McPike.
Mr. President, just a brief closing.
Senator has the floor.
Responding as we move forward, you know, one of the better provisions to think about is the fact that there are sports bookies right now that we have no transparency on. And so if we actually want to help people, bringing it into the sunlight is the best thing we can do. We identify it. This program there's also self-exclusion programs and other ways to get helps that, frankly, the tech platforms that are available can help to track and actually help connect people with the services a lot better than what you see right now, what occurs right now in Virginia. So this actually, I think, provides a safer means, more transparent means for this legalization measure. And I renew my motion.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall Senate Bill 384 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 27, noes 12.
Ayes 27, noes 12. Senate Bill 384 passes.
Senate Bill 436, a bill relating to establishment of the Virginia Voluntary Do Not Sell Firearms List. Penalty.
Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Serville.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill pass. And speaking to that motion.
Thank you, Senator. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, this bill was a bill brought to me by a professor at the University of Alabama who we heard testimony from in the Judiciary Committee. But basically the concept is that a person can voluntarily place themselves on a list that would prohibit them from purchasing a firearm. It would come up in the NICS check, so they wouldn't be able to buy a gun. The list is secret. It can't be obtained by anybody. It's not a public list. And if you want to get off the list, it takes 21 days to get off it. And, you know, the reason we heard about it is it's a suicide prevention measure. Some folks who have certain illnesses, for example, bipolar disorder or others where they can become very impulsive, have significant depressive issues, could, say, in a fit of depression, go down to a store and buy a gun and use it to kill themselves immediately. And I've actually had personal experience with people I know doing this. And so the idea is if you, a psychiatrist, psychologist, therapist could recommend you that you put yourself on this list to prevent yourself from purchasing a weapon and harming yourself. The bill, I don't think, has much of a fiscal impact. Nobody has spoken up in opposition to it throughout the process. I think it's a good idea. It's been adopted in Washington State, and I think it's being considered in other states, and I would hope we'd pass the bill.
Thank you, Senator. For what purpose does the senior senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove, rise?
Would the senator from Eastern Fairfax yield for a question, please?
Senator Yield.
I'll yield.
Senator Yield, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I asked the gentleman, can he describe the process by which one would voluntarily put themselves on this list?
Senator, has the floor.
Sure. So the state police is required to develop a form that you fill out, and you'd have to fill out this form, I guess, and send it to them. The meat of the bill is starts on lines 404, and it's only about a page long. It sort of describes all that.
Further question?
Further question, Senator Yield?
I'll yield.
Senator Yield, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I asked the gentleman, do you have to provide any sort of identification with that form?
Mr. President, I would say that on line 426, it says the person requesting enrollment has to provide a photocopy of one valid form of photo identification to a government agency, either for going on the list or coming off of it.
Further question?
I thank the gentleman. Speak to the bill.
Senator, it's the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Folks, this is an interesting bill. In fact, it can be probably a lot of fun because if I can take my seatmate here and he happens to leave his wallet and I take his driver's license and I get a photocopy of that driver's license, I can actually put this gentleman on the voluntary do not sell me a gun list using that form. Look, it really boils down to what Nancy Reagan said. Just say no. I mean, this is well, anyway, I got a problem with the bill.
Thank you, Senator. For what purpose, Senator from Prince William County, Senator McPike rise.
Mr. President, speaking to the bill.
Senator, it's the floor.
I hadn't planned to speak on this until the comments. I think this is a good bill. Having known folks and friends who have had various struggles over the years, and anybody who have gone through or seen knows that there are highs and lows through people and folks who are struggling through depression or various other things can see the signs and see and understand some of the aspects and take some steps that I think the senator from Eastern Fairfax has put together. And I think it is a good bill. I know the senator has personal experience with folks. Unfortunately, I do as well. I lost my brother that way. And so this is a little personal, and I don't think it's a laughing matter. And I think we should have some provisions that provide additional safety measures in place when folks who are struggling through some difficult times, and then take a moment in their better times to put some preventative measures in place. And so I would ask the body to vote for the measure. Thank you.
Senator, do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 436? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 436 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 18.
Ayes 21, noes 18. Senate Bill 436 passes.
Senate Bill 473, a bill relating to duties of drivers of vehicles approaching stationary vehicles displaying certain warning lights penalty.
Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, I move that the bill pass. And speaking to the bill.
Senator, has the floor.
By way of explanation, Mr. President, this is a bill that would makes it a reckless driving, just like not to pull over when there's amber lights. Currently, it's reckless driving not to pull over on a highway when there's blue lights or red lights. Amber lights typically are towing vehicles and servicing disabled vehicles. Mr. President, the towers and the people servicing a disabled vehicle, they're in as much danger as anybody on the highways. It's currently an infraction not to pull over, but this would enhance it to a reckless driving, just like blue lights and red lights, which are EMS and police. And, Mr. President, with that explanation, I move that the bill pass.
Thank you, Senator. For what purpose, Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. To speak briefly to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, certainly this is a policy decision to be made from this body, and certainly the move over law is one that has been debated at length by this body, and certainly it has impacted the lives of individuals. But, Mr. President, last year as we went through this discussion, we had a lot of conversation. And, Mr. President, we made the decision that it would be a Class 1 misdemeanor for which you could lose your driver's license for 6 months or go to jail for 12 months if you did not move over for emergency vehicles. And, Mr. President, we've probably all known individuals that have been affected by this, and certainly some people I grew up with were dramatically affected by people not moving over. But, Mr. President, what this bill does is says that individuals that are not law enforcement, not EMS, now are going to be able to take out warrants against people for Class 1 misdemeanor. Mr. President, I think you should move over for anybody, whether I'm on the side of the road, or Senator Stewart's on the side of the road, or anybody's on the side of the road, you should move over. The question is, are you going to criminalize somebody for not moving over for individuals that are in private business? And Mr. President, I would argue that this is not the direction we should go, to criminalize those individuals who do and potentially put them in jail for not moving over for a tow vehicle. It is still a traffic infraction. You can still get a fine. You'll still have to go in front of the judge, be able to argue your case, but this would move it to reckless driving. So, Mr. President, I would ask that the body vote no on Senate Bill 473.
Mr. President, since we do not have a full component, I ask that the bill go by for the day.
Without objection, Senate Bill 473 will go by for the day.
Senate Bill 588, a bill relating to local taxing authority.
Senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill pass. I'd like to speak to that.
Thank you, Senator. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the Senate. Senate Bill 588 would extend taxing authority to all localities. VACO has supported this in the past, have worked with them, but the counties have not enjoyed taxing authorities comparable to the cities and towns. Last couple of years, in discussions, we felt that it would be something that we ought to work on. Some of us have been working on this. The senator from Arlington has worked on this, is included in this bill, discussed it with the chair lady of the Finance Committee, have been working with the new chair of the House Finance Committee. The bills that are in front of the bodies have diverged, but this one basically grants the authority to counties, but it imposes caps. And I feel strongly that those caps are important in that we need to preserve most of our taxing authority here for the general fund. It addresses cigarettes specifically, or tobacco products, cigarettes specifically, by allowing counties to impose up to a 40 cents per pack tax. It grandfathers in localities that have already exceeded that rate, Alexandria being the highest in the state. It grants admissions tax, meals tax, and lodging tax authorities, but it caps all of these taxes. So it has a delayed effective date to July 2021 because it's anticipated there may be unforeseen issues that need to be resolved. One notable one that we need to address is our antiquated method of stamping cigarettes. So we're hoping to work with the wholesalers and others. There's a good model that's been put in place in Northern Virginia. We're hoping to basically streamline that process. It has a provision in there where if a locality has had a referendum in a certain period of time preceding the enactment of this legislation, that there would be a 2-year delay before the supervisors in that locality would be able to consider raising the meals tax or putting in place a meals tax without a referendum. I hope it will be the pleasure of the body to pass the bill.
Thank the senator. For what purpose, Senator from Arlington? Senator Favola rise.
Speaking to the measure, Mr.
Senator,
President.
the floor.
Thank you. Senator Hanger gave a very thorough explanation of the bill. I just want to add two things so it might come to your attention. There's a provision in the bill that would hold harmless any sort of unique taxing situations that may exist in counties. You know, some counties have unique taxes related to historical districts or other special arrangements. Those would not in any way be harmed by this bill. And there's also going to be a study to look at the authorities counties have, especially has those authorities correspond to authorities cities have. Questions such as sovereign immunity and then the range of services that the counties are responsible for providing would also be considered in this study. This is as comprehensive an approach as we could come up with when you think there are 95 counties in the entire Commonwealth, all with their own nuances, culture, and certain attitudes about taxing. I just want to reiterate again, this is a permissive bill. So jurisdictions are being granted the authority. They can choose, the boards of supervisors can choose to use it or not use it. And the caps that Senator Hanger explained are, of course, in the bill. Having explained this, I ask that the body pass this measure. Thank you.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose, Senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. To speak briefly to the bill.
Senator, it's the floor.
Mr. President, Senate Bill 588 does a lot of things, but I think the worst of what it does is it seeks to overturn the judgment of the people in several jurisdictions. In 2016, Fairfax County, the most populous county in Virginia, which has voted Democratic for president for several cycles in a row, went to the polls and gave Secretary Hillary Clinton a very large margin for her to win Fairfax County by. That same day, tens of thousands of those same people that had chosen to vote for Secretary Clinton voted down the meals tax referendum because they did not trust the Fairfax County Board of Supervisors to do what they were doing, what they said they would do. So we were at the point where people who would pay the property tax said, no, we don't want to move to more reliance on meals tax in our county, that were not necessarily these very politically conservative folks. And what we'll do here is we'll overturn the will of the voters in Fairfax County that made that decision in 2016. The next year, Floyd County, that I represent, and I'm always very proud to point out that Floyd County's gone Republican for president longer than any other county in all of Virginia. They didn't even vote for FDR once. They did vote for Henry Howell, though, which was nice. But the good folks of Floyd County in 2017, the same day, they gave a good margin to the Republican nominee for governor, Mr. Gillespie. They voted for a meals tax increase because they believed that in the discussions with their Board of Supervisors that they would be better off relying more on meals tax instead of a property tax increase. The current system is working. The referendum system that allowed generally Democratic leaders in voters in Fairfax County to reject a meals tax and generally conservative voters in Floyd to accept it is working. And that's the way it's supposed to be. Unfortunately, with this legislation, there is the 2-year requirement, but given the way the meals taxes tend to go, we're basically overturning the will of the voters in counties across Virginia, and I find that disappointing.
For what purpose, Senator from James City County, Senator Norman rise?
Mr. President, I apologize. I would ask that this bill be passed by temporarily for preparation of an amendment.
Without objection, Senate Bill 588 will go by temporarily.
Senate Bill 621, a bill relating to open space and conservation easements, rule of construction.
Senator from Bath, Senator Deeds.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, I move that this bill pass.
Senator, the floor.
In 1999, when I was a member of the other body, Senator Hanger and I carried legislation that created a conservation tax credit that has resulted in over about $2 billion of investment of Virginia taxpayers in getting their land or conserving their land, setting it up in conservation easement. Then Delegate Bill Howell in 2001 exploded the applicability of that law by making the tax credits transferable. About 5 years ago, the Supreme Court of Virginia said that because the easements aren't always drawn perfectly. About 5 years ago, the Supreme Court of Virginia said that when an easement was ambiguous, it had to be construed in favor of development. That decision essentially puts every tax credit that's been granted at risk. This legislation says that ambiguities have to be construed against development or against the grantor. And I think it puts the law more where we intended it to go in 1999 when we granted a very generous tax credit. This legislation is necessary to protect our program, and I hope that you'll pass the bill.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose, Senator from King George? Senator Stewart, rise.
Speak to the bill, Mr. President.
Senator, has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the body. I have a little different view of this than the gentleman from Bath, and what I think the Supreme Court case did was it construed what someone thought was an ambiguity against the drafter of the easement, not construed it in favor of development. And so the case that we're talking about came out of Loudoun County 4 or 5 years ago. And the substance of the case was this. There was a conservation easement on some property. Some other people bought some more property, added it all in. So you had a larger block, and those people had dairy cows on the farm. They raised wheat and other small grains, and I believe they had a vineyard as well. And in the conservation easement, it said you could build a barn. And so the people built a barn on the property. Not houses, not a subdivision, didn't chop it up into lots. They built a barn. And in the barn, because they had dairy cows, they put in a creamery to do with the milk from the cows and try to make a little bit of money. And on the other side of the barn, they put in a bakery to try to use the wheat that they made flour out of from their farm and to sell it and to try to make some money to hold on to this property. Because remember one thing, when you give a conservation easement, you may get tax credits, and sometimes you can use them if you make a lot of money. Sometimes you sell them and you get pennies on the dollar. But you've given up all the rights in your property, except for what you leave in that document. And that's the most important thing for everybody to remember today. When you give that easement, you give up all the rights in your property except what that document says you may do. Well, because they built a barn, which the easement said you could do, and put in a creamery and a bakery, the PEC went nuts. And they said, you can't have a creamery and a bakery in a barn on your farm. And they took them all the way to the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court said, oh, no, yes, they can. Because ambiguities are construed against the draftor of the easement. And typically, the VOF drafts these easements or some other entity, and if you look at them, almost every one I've ever seen says approved by the Attorney General's Office of Virginia. And that's what the law is. That's what the law has always been. And that's what the law should be. If one party drafts it, ambiguities are held against them. That's been the standard of law ever since I can remember. But here's what's going to happen if you pass this bill. If you give an easement on your property, and keep in mind you're giving away everything, the right of everything to do except what you've specifically set out. If there's an ambiguity about what you have left in that easement, it's now going to be construed against you, and you're going to be limited in what you can do. If this bill passes, I would advise every client I have to never give another conservation easement, and any prudent lawyer would do the same. Now, folks will say, well, they're going to use this decision to allow people to cut conservation property up into subdivisions and build houses. That's always excluded in a conservation easement. That's the purpose of it. But it allows you to farm. It allows you to timber. It allows you to do certain things, whatever you set out. The idea is you keep it as open space, but you still have to try. Most people have to try to get enough out of the land to keep it so they don't have to end up selling the land. I believe it's a very bad bill, and I'd hope you all would not support it.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose, the Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson, rise.
I rise to speak in favor of the bill.
Senator, has the floor.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, I have to respond to my colleague and very good friend from King George County. This is a good bill, and let me tell you why. Easements can be divided into two estates. You have the dominant estate and the servient estate. The dominant estate is the one that enjoys the easement. They actually have the right of access or entry across your land. The servient estate is the one that is burdened by the easement. So say the senator from King George wants to put a driveway across my property. He holds the easement. I am burdened by the easement. He will typically come to me and say, "Chap, can I put this across your property?" And I say, "Sure, Richard," and we'll draft up a contract. In those cases, he will typically bring the contract to me. Why is this a different situation? Because in this situation, the landowner that is burdening his estate is approaching the state and saying, "You know what? I'm holding on to this piece of property which is not uneconomical. I need a tax rebate. I need some type of tax abatement, or else, quite frankly, I'm going to have to develop this land." So the landowner approaches the state. And by the way, I'm not casting any aspersions. My own family down in Middlesex County did the very same thing about 20 years ago. You approach the state or the Virginia Outdoors Foundation and say, "We don't want to develop this land, but economic pressures may require us to do so unless we put a conservation easement on the land." So in other words, you approach in this case, the dominant estate as the servient estate and ask for them to accept the easement, and in return, you get a tax benefit. You then enjoy that tax benefit. Down the line, you have sold the land to someone who bought it subject to that easement, and they say, "You know what? I'd like to make a little bit of money off this land. Let me see if I can find a way to maybe push this easement in a way that I can open up a business or do something new, or maybe add a vacation house, who knows." And so they decide to wiggle a little bit on that easement. All this bill says is that the easement will be construed against the grantor, which was the landowner that originally approached the Commonwealth or the Virginia Outdoors Foundation asking for the easement to be put on their land. Again, this is fairness, folks. The folks that went forward and said, "I want this tax ability. I want this tax credit." Quite frankly, they should hire a good attorney. They can hire Richard Stewart. They can hire Scott Servell. If they got desperate, they could even hire me and get a properly written easement agreement. But if it's ambiguous, buyer beware. So please vote for this bill.
Senator, for what purpose is Senator from Fauquier? Senator Vogel rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking to the measure.
Thanks, Senator. You have the floor.
Mr. President, I would just like to clarify a couple of points that I think were overlooked in this discussion. Number one, we talked about construing this in favor of development or in favor of the drafter, and there were lots of different ways that this was described. But nobody actually said what it actually is, and that is what we're trying to do, and what I think we should try to do, and what I think our public policy should be, is to protect agriculture, to try to preserve open space, and to do what the conservation community has been trying to do forever, which is incentivize people to put their land in conservation easement. And what we want to do is, when there is an ambiguity, and understand this doesn't mean that somebody's going to go out and abuse it and suddenly be allowed to do that. That's not what not where this applies. This applies in the case narrowly of something that is ambiguous. There is some question. Not every single landowner has access to very savvy counsel. And so in this case, we're talking about construing this, in the case of ambiguity, in the favor of the landowner, the grantor. So it was described in a lot of different ways, but that's really what we're talking about. And what this bill would do is say, no, it would go the other way. That it would actually be, an ambiguity would be resolved in favor of the other side, the people who came to them, who drafted that easement for them, and went to the family, whoever it is, and said, this is what we think it is that you're trying to accomplish. We know that you want to preserve your land for agriculture, and yes, you'll get this tax credit, and yes, it's a really meaningful thing you're going to do for agriculture, for your family, but this is what you're going to agree to. And here's the problem. There are some narrow ambiguities, some instances where that's a real issue. And when that happens, and people talk about it and it becomes a bigger deal, it creates a disincentive for other people to actually pursue those programs and put their land in conservation easement. And I don't know how many of you are on the distribution for a person in Southwest Virginia, but I get those emails almost every week from someone in Southwest Virginia who didn't have access to Great Council and put his land in conservation easement. And the economic impact on this family has been devastating. And he meant well. He wanted to preserve his land. He thought he knew what he was doing, but he didn't. And so I can assure you that there are lots of occasions where people don't have all the information. They're not lawyers. They're not land use lawyers. They're not land use experts. And I would hate to see these programs undermined because ambiguities are always construed against the landowner, against the farmer, against the successor owner, the grandchild, in ways that then they say to the community, these are never going to be worth it. And so with that, and with great respect for the patron, who I know cares about conservation and cares about the easement programs, I would just caution you against setting up a framework that is always going to be against the farmer and against the person who really means well and is trying to do the right thing for their land. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. Do any senators other than the patron wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 621? Seeing none, Senator from Bath, Senator Deeds.
President, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, the thing is, these easements, the tax credits, bestow a financial benefit on the grantor. That's why they're done. That's the incentive. But they're not required to do it. That somebody doesn't. It's not always a situation where somebody comes to the grantor, the poor, unknowing grantor landowner, and says, "I'm going to give you a big tax credit. Here, you sign the agreement." Do you think that really happens? It doesn't happen. Or it might, maybe it happens with your constituents. But I can't believe that it happens that much. Well, the Supreme Court in 2015 said when there's an ambiguity, you have to construe in favor of development. That totally undermines the understanding we all had back in 1999 when we created this tax credit program, and I think it puts at risk nearly $2 billion worth of tax credits. The way to incentivize people to conserve land is to have a stable program, one that everybody understands. A draftor is not a party to a transaction. A grantor and a grantee, and there's nothing about this bill that upsets settled laws of construction. I hope that you'll pass this bill so we can keep this program stable.
Thank the senator. For what purpose, Senator from King George, Senator Stewart, rise.
To speak to it one last time, Mr.
Senator,
President, very briefly. Mr. President, just to the gentleman's point from Bath, there's an organization called the Land for Public Trust. They have agents that identify properties they want to try to get conservation easements on, and they go to the individual's home and solicit the easements, and they use the tax credits to entice people to participate in it. But what I want to leave you is this. The gentleman from Fairfax City gave a great dissertation about dominant and servient estates. And as much as I respect him and as good of a products liability lawyer as he is, that does not even apply to this situation. Dominant and servient estate don't even apply in a conservation easement setting. Just remember this. When I put a conservation easement on my property, I'm giving away every right that I have in that property except for a few that I've left open in that document. Whatever that document says I can do is all I can do.
Mr. President,
and now you're going to
yield.
construe, I will not yield.
Senator will
and
not
now
yield.
You're going to construe that against me. Now I yield, Mr. President.
And the gentleman would agree with me that when he grants the easement, he gets a financial benefit by doing that. He gets the tax credit.
Senator's the floor.
Mr. President, yes. By giving away all of your rights, you also get financial benefits bestowed.
Will the gentleman yield for an additional question?
Yield.
Senator yields. Senator yields.
Would the gentleman agree with me that there is nobody holding a pistol to your head that's saying you have to do this? I'm going to give you this benefit, but you have to sign this paper.
Senator,
It's all voluntary.
Mr. President, in my experience, the documents that I have seen, there's not been a pistol being held to anyone's head. But the Attorney General's office with the larger organizations does the easements. They draft the documents. And in large part, they go to the landowner and say, take it or leave it. If you want to get these tax credits, you must take it or leave it. We're not going to negotiate anymore. Just the significance of this whole thing is you have 5 things left that you can do with your property. And under the Senator from Bass bill, if one of those 5 is ambiguous, you're now saying we're going to take that one away from you too. And that's not what you bargained for in your contract. Please vote against this bill.
Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 621? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 621 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 19, noes 20.
Ayes 19, noes 20. Senate Bill 621 fails.
Senate Bill 707, a bill relating to landlord and tenants' rights and responsibilities.
Senior Senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that Senate Bill 707 pass. And speaking to the bill.
Senator, you have the floor.
Thank you. Senate Bill 707 would direct the Department of Housing and Community Development to develop a statement of tenants' rights and responsibilities to be posted on their website and require landlords to provide their tenants with a copy of this same statement. And I ask the bill passed.
Thank you, Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 707? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 707 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 27, noes 10.
Ayes 27, noes 10. Senate Bill 707 passes.
Senate Bill 717, a bill relating to redistricting congressional and state legislative district standards and criteria population data. There is a floor substitute.
Senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline.
Mr. President, I'd like to withdraw the floor substitute at this time.
Thank the Senator. Without objection, the floor substitute is withdrawn. The Senior Senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Could Senate Bill 717 go by for the day?
Without objection, Senate Bill 717 will go by for the day.
Senate Bill 761, a bill relating to Department of Motor Vehicles driver's license eligibility.
Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Mr. President, I move that the bill pass. And speaking to that,
Thank you, Senator. You have the floor.
Mr. President, what this would do is allow a limited duration license, permit, or special identification card for the purpose of having being able to drive. This would be a temporary driver's license in essence for a period of no more than 1 year. It could be renewed, but you'd have to provide documentation to be able to continue to renew that at that time. And the document that would be added to the list of documents that someone would have is an employment authorization document number, which authorizes someone who is not a U.S. citizen but is in this country to be able to work under federal provisions. It's basically used for people who are refugees or someone who sought asylum. A constituent of mine brought this issue to our attention, and that she's been in this country for 22 years, has been a school teacher in Virginia for 21 years, but is unable to get a driver's license and would like to be able to do so. So we work with the Department of Motor Vehicles on this issue, and I'd hope it would be the pleasure of the body to approve the measure.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 761? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 761 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 18.
Ayes 21, noes 18. Senate Bill 761 passes.
Senate Bill 776, a bill relating to wetlands protection, living shorelines.
Senator from Accomack, Senator Lewis.
Mr. President, I move the bill pass. And speaking to the motion.
Senator, you have the floor.
Mr. President, members of the Senate, several years ago, we made a policy decision preferring living shorelines and nature-based solutions to erosion control and shoreline management. Senate Bill 776 aims to strengthen the permitting process in support of living shorelines. The bill ensures the use of living shorelines where they are feasible and practical, and also where hard engineering options are preferred. It will encourage the use of living shorelines as a part of those where practical. The bill emphasizes the living shoreline approach as a preferred solution, and the bill directs the Commission to preserve and prevent the destruction of wetlands. And finally, the bill also creates or encourages the Commission to create a series of minimum standards with technical assistance from the Virginia Institute of Marine Sciences to ensure that local wetlands boards are applying standards consistently. These standards will be promulgated for the protection and preservation of wetlands using living shorelines to the maximum extent possible. I'd renew my motion that the bill pass.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose does the senior senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove, rise?
Will the gentleman from Accomack yield for a question, please?
Will the Senator yield?
I yield.
Senator yield, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd ask the gentleman, does this cover the entire Commonwealth and all the shorelines, or is this just the Eastern Shore?
Well,
There's the floor.
Excuse me, Mr. President. If you look, it refers to the Virginia Marine Resources Commission. So wherever the Virginia Marine Resources Commission has jurisdiction, the living shorelines approach would be applicable.
Further question?
Further question.
Senator yield? Senator from Accomack yield?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I yield. Yes.
Senator yield, you have the floor.
Thank you. I'd ask the gentleman, for those localities that have wetlands boards, basically they're the first and foremost authority, and then VMRC will step in if they don't have a wetlands board. How will this affect those wetlands boards in localities?
Senator, the floor.
I'm sorry, Mr. President. I would say to the gentleman that the VMRC is tasked, in conjunction with VIMS, with promulgating regulations and technical assistance to these local wetland boards to make sure that they're applying standards consistently. These standards are promulgated for the protection and preservation of the wetlands. And so I believe that the statute, or that the bill, envisions that the Virginia Marine Resources Commission, in conjunction with VIMS, will work with the local wetlands boards in establishing the criteria for when these living shorelines are practicable and useful.
Further question?
Speak to the bill very briefly.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate. I spent the weekend at the Virginia Beach Boat Show, and I actually had several marine engineers come up to me that had a lot of concern about this bill. VMRC only allowed 5,000 feet of bulkhead for the entire Commonwealth of Virginia last year. So it's not like bulkhead has taken up all our shorelines. But sometimes there are needs for bulkheads instead of a living shoreline, whether it's for erosion control or static pressure for a building that may already exist. So I just hope we're not putting too much pressure on VMRC, and especially now saying, all right, VMRC, you need to promulgate regulations that say this. Well, basically, if we're going to tell them to do it, we got to put it in the code and not be ambiguous to VMRC and how they would affect these regulations. So just look at the bill. I'm not going to be able to support the bill, but I just want everybody to know that there is concern about the bill. Thank you.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose is Senator from King George, Senator Stewart, rise?
Speak to the bill, Mr. President.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the body, this is a really good bill. There's an expert in the Department of Conservation and Recreation, and he'll actually go out to land and he'll look and identify what the best strategy is for your land. And in these living shorelines, rather than putting a bulkhead up or building the old-fashioned jetties like we used to see, if you've got a lot of wave action or energy coming across a body of water that you're on, they'll actually go out and put a rock berm kind of below the mean low water mark a little ways out with these rock growings out there, and then you can grade out the beach and plant grass on it, and it comes back as a natural shoreline, and it really does a lot. It stabilizes it. It is of huge benefit to the part of the world that I represent You have to be a little open-minded about it because people are used to these older structures, but it's not going to injure these older structures in any way, shape, or form. Some places you have to put jetties or bulkheads. Other places are suited for living shorelines, and there's technical assistance out there to help determine which is best for where. So I hope you'll support the bill.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 776? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 776 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 32, noes 7.
Ayes 32, noes 7. Senate Bill 776 passes.
Senate Bill 922, a bill relating to Virginia lottery internet sales.
Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would move that Senate Bill 922 pass, and speaking to that motion.
Senator has the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen, what Senate Bill 922 does was bring the Virginia lottery into the 21st century. It's been 13 years since a piece of legislation was passed by a young man who was a delegate then and is now a congressman. And back in those days, we did not have such things as the pervasive internet, the smartphones, and type of things. The Department of Lottery has demonstrated since its inception their sensitivity and their effectiveness in precluding and preventing unlawful sales. They have an excellent record on it. During the presentation in committee of this bill, there was an inquiry made about what do we do about youthful individuals who may try to do it on the internet. The head of lottery gave us a very detailed explanation how they can enter into third-party contracts with companies and agencies that are very professional in doing this, and the number of safeguards that are actually built in to ensure that the identification of the individual who might be buying a lottery ticket online is in fact that person. And it includes more than just identification. It also requires some form of debit card or credit card, and there's identifying information on that. So in these days where lottery is being challenged with gray machines, it looks like casino gaming is coming in. We continue to dedicate the revenues from the lottery to education, and I respectfully ask that Senate Bill 922 pass.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 922? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 922 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 33, noes 6.
Ayes 33, noes 6. Senate Bill 922 passes.
Senate Bill 936, a bill relating to charitable gaming Texas Hold'em poker tournaments.
Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
I guess you can just call me Tex after this bill. This bill basically just expands charitable gaming, which would allow fraternal organizations such as the Elks Lodge, Fraternal Order of Police, and other benevolent associations to offer Texas Hold'em as a charitable game, just like they do with bingo and other similar games. And it's been requested by those organizations in order to allow them to diversify their charitable portfolio. And I ask that you all pass the bill.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 936? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 936 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 34, noes 5.
Ayes 34, noes 5. Senate Bill 936 passes.
Senate Bill 1004, a bill relating to Wildlife Corridor Action Plan.
Senator from Western Fairfax, Senator Marsden.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to speak to the bill and to move its passage.
Thank you, Senator. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a wildlife corridor action plan asking the Department of Transportation and the folks at Natural Resources to get together to come up with a plan to prioritize crossings of roads and highways here in the Commonwealth for our woodland creatures. Here's the problem. We have these disconnected wildlife areas everywhere in the Commonwealth, and they're separated by roads. Animals are trying to cross these roads, and the damage is significant. We have millions of dollars in damage, injuries, loss of life. We have problems with the expense of all of that, up to $500,000 a year. $500 million a year in property damage here in the Commonwealth. And there was an experiment done on I-64 near Charlottesville where with just some simple fencing, they were able to funnel animals to underpasses, and it reduced deer-related injuries on the interstate by 98%. This is merely a plan to put this together to find out where the priorities are, where we can save life, where we can save property, where we can keep animals moving in search of food, to keep them out of our backyards. I would even suspect, Mr. President, that it would have some significant effect on the transmission of disease, like tick-borne diseases carried by deer, if they were kept in the wild and not in our backyards eating my wife's flowers. This is a significantly important thing for us to do. A number of states are pursuing this. Don Beyer, our congressman from the 8th District in Northern Virginia, is putting in a national bill to do this. This saves money. This saves lives. This saves time. This saves all kinds of things for our Commonwealth, and I would urge us to pass the bill.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose is the Senator from James City County? Senator Norman rise.
Mr. President, would the gentleman be so gracious to yield for a question?
Will Senator yield?
I would yield.
Senator yields. You have the floor.
I would ask the gentleman, you're indicating this is basically a fence line that would direct these animals. Do you have any idea what the height of that fence would be, sir?
Senator has the floor.
Senator Norman, I do not know the height of the fence, but I think it was just high enough to discourage animals from trying to leap it, cross it, climb it, and in some way to direct their movement in such a way as it would avoid contact with our automobiles on highways.
Further question?
Mr. President, if he would yield for another question.
Senator yield?
I would yield.
Senator yield, you have the floor.
Mr. President, I would ask the gentleman, would it surprise you if I told you that around my home property I have a 6 to 8 foot fence and the deer jump it every night?
Senator has the floor.
I would not be surprised one bit. They are but they are in that sense trying to get at a food source that the gentleman from James City County has provided for them, and that they will do anything they can to get to that. And that's the whole point of the bill, is that in these areas where they're trying to move from one place to the other, from one wildlife area to another, not your neighborhood, that this will encourage them. I can't with 100% guarantee that they won't leap those fences, but there'd be no reason to. They're trying to get to another wildlife area in search of mates, in search of food, and in search of the natural habitat that they're used to being in.
Mr. President, if the gentleman would yield for another question.
Well, Senator yield.
I would yield.
Senator yield, you have the floor.
Mr. President, I would ask the gentleman, do you envision the Virginia Department of Transportation putting up a yellow sign that says deer crossing here?
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, the deer, I hate to tell the gentleman from James City County, but deer can't read. They will respond. They will respond to fencing. I don't know that they will respond to written communications, although that's perhaps a bill for another day to educate our deer to be able to follow these instructions. But all kidding aside, Mr. President, this is a serious matter, and all this calls for is a study to prioritize these areas that would be brought back to us in September September of 2022 and would guide future road construction and improvements, and even perhaps give groups, wildlife groups, conservation groups, the incentive to provide that fencing to make sure that these deer and these wildlife get to move in a more natural way. And I think it's an absolutely great bill with huge potential for savings here in the Commonwealth. And right now we're not asking for any money or anything else other than to identify these areas. And the Department of Game and Fisheries, it is my understanding, has already begun the first stages of this in terms of looking at these potential areas in our Commonwealth.
Senator, further question or speak to the bill?
Mr. President, last question, please, sir, if you will.
Senator, yield. Senator from Western Fairfax, yield.
I yield.
Senator yields. You have the floor.
Mr. President, I would inquire whether or not you would envision this channeling fence to include such things as a darter snail. In the late gentle ladies from Hampton's major city a few years ago, they had to build one of these underpasses so that the darter snail could go under a 6-lane highway. And believe me, it was not inexpensive.
Senator's the
so
floor.
would this include darter snails?
The floor.
Mr. President, I would respond to the gentleman by saying I envision the fencing we're talking about here as being rather inexpensive with rather large gaps in it that deer cannot work their way through. I think a darter snail could work its way through anything but a fishing sign net. So at this point in time, I think that the fencing is relatively inexpensive and would be very helpful.
Mr. President.
Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
I would ask if the senator would yield for a question or two.
Will the senator yield?
A question or two, I would yield.
Senator yields. You have the floor.
If I am not mistaken, I just heard the senator say they would have gaps and indicated gaps with his hand of, 4 to 6 inches in square?
Senator's the floor.
I would answer the senator from Rockingham is that the fences that I'm familiar with in this area are considerably smaller, more the size of a brick.
Well, Mr. President, in light of that, I have grave concerns about the discriminatory impact of this fencing upon our small woodland friends who might get through those gaps in that fence. We have skunk, we have groundhogs, we have squirrels, we have many other woodland friends in my part of the state that may have evacuated Fairfax County, and chipmunks, snakes. We have grave concerns about protecting all of our woodland friends and would vehemently be opposed to discriminating in favor of the large woodland friends.
Mr. President, I understand the concerns of the gentleman from Rockingham, and there's no attempt to discriminate against our smaller friends. And, perhaps the fencing could be designated by a bill from the gentleman from Rockingham in a future year. The study's not due until September 22. But I will say this in all seriousness. The chipmunks and the skunks and what have you, while I hate to see the loss of any wildlife, they're less likely to do tremendous vehicle damage and very much less likely to cause human casualties that do occur because of the contact with larger animals. This is serious business. It's a serious plan that we just need to get started here in the Commonwealth, and I'd urge everyone to support the bill. Thank you.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 1004? Seeing none, the question is, shall the Senate pass Senate Bill 1004? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 23, noes 16.
Ayes 23, no 16. Senate Bill 1004 passes.
Senate Bill 1007, a bill relating to stormwater management inspections.
Senator from Spotsylvania, Senator Reeves.
Thank you, Mr. President. Asked the bill passed. And speaking to that.
Thank you, Senator. You have the floor.
Mr. President, this is just simply a bill that each year, if you own a piece of commercial property, you might have a stormwater management pond on it. Because you have a stormwater management pond on your property, you have what's required by law to the perpetuity of that ownership of that property, keep a bond to make sure that if something were to happen to that pond, 37 inches of rain or something happens that washes it out or causes it not to work effectively, you would have to fix that. In addition to that, the Department of Environmental Quality has an inspection process to which they come out and they hit you with fees each year for the permission to have a pond on your property is the best way I can say it. And right now that inspection is every 2 years. And compromise on the bill and the committee, we took it to 3 years. I had asked for 5. And so every 3 years now they'll come out and inspect. It has nothing to do with the amount of fees that they're still going to collect, just the frequency of the inspections, which you have to have a licensed engineer firm to do it, or you have to ask the county or locality that actually takes care of those issues and not ask the bill to pass.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 1007? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1007 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 37, noes 1.
Ayes 37, noes 1. Senate Bill 1007 passes.
Senate Bill 1030, a bill relating to dangerous captive animal exhibits penalty.
Senator from Northern Chesapeake, Senator Spruill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move the bill pass. Speaking to it.
Thank you, Senator. You have the floor.
Thank you. Senate Bill 1030 is a dangerous activity of animals, which means any bears, cougars, elephants, leopards, all wild tigers, such as that. It came about because we found that citizens were taking wild animals to try to tame wild animals as well as trying to get people to ride wild animals. In the committee, Mr. President, we had some complaints because one owner had an elephant they had for 40 years. They were riding kids on an elephant, the safe elephant that they raised from childhood. All because of the passionate plea from Senator Hanger. His passionate plea was to take out everything except the elephant, put the elephant back in. We did that. Also, at the end of line 30, that provision of this act should not become effective until July 1, 2021. Mr. President, I move the bill pass.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 1030? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1030 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 31, noes 8.
Ayes 31, noes 8. Senate Bill 1030 passes.
Returning to page 13, Senate Bill 588.
Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I apologize. I get reoriented. I would respectfully ask that we reconsider the vote by which Senate Bill 588 was engrossed in advance to its third reading, sir.
Thank the Senator. Question is, shall the vote by which the bill was engrossed in advance to its third reading be reconsidered? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 0.
Ayes 38, noes 0. The motion is agreed to. The senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Mr. President, the proposed floor amendment has been distributed on the senator's desk, and I would ask that we waive the reading of the floor amendment.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the reading of the floor amendment be waived? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the floor amendment is waived. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would now ask that the floor amendment be agreed to. In speaking to that motion,
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, what the floor amendment does is in that section of the equal taxation bill under the provisions dealing with amusement tax, it eliminates the two localities of James City County and York County. The first question I would answer if asked is that No, it is not special legislation because it contains more than one locality. The second point I would make, Mr. President, is some of you may recall that in the recent past, that legislation was passed for the historic triangle, which was Williamsburg, which is a city which already enjoys this discretion, Williamsburg, James City County, and York County, where a historic triangle tax or assessment was implemented already that has provided additional sources of revenue for tourism promotion and tourism attractions. So, Mr. President, I would respectfully ask that this amendment be adopted to exclude these two localities. What does it impact? It impacts Busch Gardens, and it also impacts Water Country USA. And part of the impact is that there is other legislation moving through dealing with a minimum wage, and that is going to have, the way it is currently written in itself, is going to have a significant impact on those two facilities. So I would ask that the amendment be agreed to.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding the floor amendment? Senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger.
Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking to the amendment,
Senator, has the floor.
Due to the unique circumstances of the historic triangle, I will support and not oppose this amendment.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall the floor amendment be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is agreed to. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman. Senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the Senate, I move that the bill now be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading. Senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate now suspend the rules and dispense with the third constitutional reading.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the rules be suspended and the third constitutional reading be dispensed with? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, noes 0. The rules are suspended and the third constitutional reading is dispensed with. Senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the Senate, I'd like to speak to the bill briefly. Move that it pass.
Senator, the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 588, as we discussed earlier, grants taxing authority to counties that is comparable to that currently enjoyed by cities and towns. 2 points that I would make. It is permissive, and hopefully you will trust your local governing body. And for those local governing bodies that you don't trust, I suggest there's a way to change that. And for the other is that it has a delayed enactment to allow this to be thought out thoroughly and implemented in a very thoughtful way. So I hope it will be the pleasure of the body to pass the bill.
Thank the senator. For what purpose, Senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline rise?
Just speaking briefly, Mr. President.
Senator, has the floor.
Mr. President, this was the same bill that we talked about earlier today that I pointed out what it will intend to do is put trust in Board of Supervisors over the voters where it currently is, and it would overturn tens of thousands of voters in Fairfax County if their Board of Supervisors so sought. The Board of Supervisors in Fairfax County sought a meals tax increase multiple times, and the wise people of Fairfax County, who we seem to think are wise in other things, they said no. And now they'll be able to be overridden, and I just don't think that's right. And the same thing will happen in other places. As I pointed out, Floyd County, which is so Republican, they voted to raise their meals tax. They thought that was the wise decision. I think this is something that should stay with the voters, and I'm disappointed that we're going to be overriding voters today.
What purpose is Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Speak to the bill.
Senator, has the floor.
I want to respond to my colleague from the county of Roanoke because he does make a good point about the referendum that was rejected in 2016, and we did try and take that into account. This is a statewide bill, and we got 90-some counties, and each one has their own story. what we did was we said if the referendum had been rejected, you cannot raise the tax, and we put a 24-month moratorium on that, which means that the county will be able to raise the tax in 2023, which, surprise, will also be when they have their local county elections, and the voters can make up their mind accordingly. So I'm not saying we totally ignored what happened in 2016. It did happen, but by the same token, we can't write a universal state law based on one county's narrative.
Thank you, Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 588? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 588 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 24, noes 15.
Ayes 24, noes 15. Senate Bill 588 passes. Okay. Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw. We've come to the end of third read.
Mr. President, I would now move that the Senate stand in recess until 2 o'clock.
Without objection, the Senate will stand in recess until 2 o'clock.
Makes an announcement. I would like to make one, please.
Senator from Hampton, Senator Lott.
Upon recess, Mr. President, if the Democratic caucus would meet in the back.
Thank the Senator. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would invite the Republican caucus to retire to the prayer meeting room so that we can have some meditation.
Thank the Senator. The Senate will stand in recess until 2 o'clock. Come to order. The senators will please take their seats. Those persons not entitled to the privilege of the floor will please retire to the gallery.
Page 19, uncontested calendar, House bills on second reading.
Someone want to take over for the senior senator from Fairfax? There he is.
Here he comes.
On page 19, 18, sorry, page 18, the senior senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw. Oh, that's okay. The uncontested calendar, House bills on second reading, page 18.
Mr. President, I move that all House bills on second reading on the uncontested and regular calendar, pages 18 through 21, that's House Bill 94 through 598, that the rules be suspended and the second constitutional reading be dispensed with.
Thank you, Senator. Question is, shall the rules be suspended and the second reading of the titles of House bills on the uncontested and regular calendars, pages 18 through 21, House Bill 94 through House Bill 598 be dispensed with? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 36, no 0.
Ayes 36, no 0. The reading of the titles is dispensed with. Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
I would move that those said House bills be passed by for the day.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the House bills on the uncontested and regular calendars now on third reading go by for the day? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bills will go by for the day.
Page 22, uncontested calendar, Senate bills on second reading.
Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator
Mr. President, I move that all Senate bills on second reading on the uncontested calendar, that's pages 22 through 36, Senate Bill 4 through Senate Bill 1094, 1094, be advanced to their engrossment in third reading in a block after the adoption of any amendments thereto. Any senator desiring to remove a bill from the block, please do so after the clerk has read the number of the bill.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall all Senate bills on second reading on the uncontested calendar on pages 22 through 36, Senate Bill 4 through Senate Bill 1094, be engrossed in advance to their third reading in the block after the adoption of any amendments thereto, and that any senator desiring a bill be removed from the block will do so after the clerk has read the number of the bill? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will read the number of the bills.
Senate Bill 4, reported from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with an amendment. There is a floor substitute.
Senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley.
Thank you, Mr. President. At this time, I'd move that the committee amendment be agreed to.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the committee amendment... Does the senator want to reject it, or do you want to move it? Do you want to go to the floor sub?
With the recommendation that we reject the committee amendment, I now move that be agreed to.
Thank the Senator. With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the Senate agree to the committee amendment? Senator from Northern Fairfax, Senator Howe.
Suggest that we not agree with that motion. The committee amendment is very clear on banning or not permitting the gray machines anywhere, and this will create a huge loophole on allowing gray machines. So I ask that you reject the substitute.
You accept the amendment?
Pass the amendment. All right.
Okay. So, Senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley.
Speaking to the motion.
Senator, has the floor.
So, of course, ladies and gentlemen, Senate Bill 4 comes out of the brainchild of Senator Marsden, and I am lucky to sit next to that kind of intellectual awesomeness as we toured Virginia schools. And what we really saw was that the problems with all of our schools started with the roofs. And a lot of our roofs were flat. And what we were seeing was we were seeing the rain and the water coming through and all the way into the classrooms. We went into classrooms all over the state where they'd have buckets, 10, 15, 20 buckets, and the kids had to keep moving and moving around and not staying in one place. The smell of mold in some of these schools were unbelievable. And, Mr. President, it was everywhere. It was everywhere. And so the roofs bill was established to establish a fund where we could actually fix these schools. Roofs. Like what your dog says when it barks. Roofs. All right? But this is a very serious issue. If we're going to be serious about school modernization, at least stopping and stemming the flow of the deterioration and the crumbling of our public schools and the effects that it has on our children, both physically, emotionally, mentally, then this vehicle right here is going to take care of that. And what I'm asking you to reject the committee amendment to get to the floor substitute is simply this. There's a lot of things and a lot of times that we want to do, but we don't have the resources to pay for it. And quite frankly, what the amendment was going to do, if we can get to that, and why you're now asking to reject it, is to take basically any organization, charitable gaming, anybody that gets a permit may operate no more than 4 approved electronic versions of instant bingo, skills games, pull tabs on the licensed premises of a place like restaurants and bars, not off premises. Just that. And then to take 25% of the tax on all of those machines, take those gross profits from the play of those games, which then would be remitted to the roofs fund. Roofs fund. Okay? I know Senator Stewart over here, he doesn't talk like we talk, unfortunately, so he thinks I'm saying something funny. He's not from Northern Virginia, that's right. But ladies and gentlemen, what we're trying to do is we're actually putting in for the first time a funding mechanism to fully fund and replace the roofs of every school, every public school in Virginia over the next 5 years. Now, I've looked at this study. I think it was from Villanova University, which said that in the first year, just in this part, that is the regulation of charitable gaming in these games, and then the skills games, we would generate $40 million, Mr. President. Second year, it'd go to $100 million every year. By year 3, that revenue stream would be well over $100 million. Imagine that going into our public schools to fix the roofs. Every single one. We could stop the deterioration right then and there. We could improve the health of our children, the quality of their education. 0 additional cost to our localities. 0 cost to this Commonwealth. 0 money required from the state. 0. This bill just allows charities to install only up to 4 games per established ABC location. We have a complex problem, Mr. President, and I'm trying to fix it. And here is the simplest fix that we can find. Ladies and gentlemen, this is an important bill, but without the money, it's just a policy statement with no teeth behind it. In this bill, and if we reject the committee amendment and get to the floor substitute, that floor substitute will make sure that schools benefit, our charities benefit. Think of it this way. Charities will be making over $100 million to the charities as well. Jobs will be created. Restaurants stay in business. No state general funds required. And our children will be safe, happy, and being educated in a safe building that is not making them sick and is providing them with an equal and modern education. So for those reasons, Mr. President, I would submit with the recommendation that we reject the committee amendment that it be agreed to. Thank you.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose is the junior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator Kiggins, rise?
Mr. President, I rise to speak to the amendment and in support of the senator from Franklin County.
Senator's the floor.
As I stood outside polling locations at several schools, I too noticed just the physical condition and frequently the roofs. So I think that it having a solution such as this that proposes a almost simple plan to provide funding for our school roofs. But I also want to speak in support of and on behalf of the small business owners of the 7th District. We've received hundreds of emails and phone calls about this issue with the games of skill. We have local restaurants that have had these machines, some in place up to 3 years, and they've been claiming, they say, up to a 30% increase in their meal taxes. So we are already benefiting somewhat from their increased revenue that these machines attract. They've been untaxed and unregulated up till now, but they have asked to be taxed and regulated. These guys have given over $1.7 million to local charities, I know in the 7th District, including Ronald McDonald House, Libraries, Food Bank, arts festivals, our mental health hospital, Big Brothers and Sisters, free clinics, Boys and Girls Clubs. So they're already doing their part to use some of this untaxed and unregulated funding that they have made to make our communities better. In addition, I just know that they would be supportive of using this 25% taxation on these games to provide better roofs for our schools. And the $40 million that the Senator from Franklin quoted would be a wonderful place to start, and just, again, a very simple and great source of revenue. So I speak in support of that idea.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose is the junior senator from Richmond City, Senator Morrissey, rise?
Mr. President, would the gentleman from Franklin yield for a question?
Will the senator yield?
Proudly, I will yield for my friend.
Senator yields. You have the floor.
I'm already sold. I will preface my question with saying the following. I'm already sold on the deteriorating nature of our schools throughout the Commonwealth, and I supported the senator's $3 billion with a B dollar referendum to repair the schools. With that said, can you give folks on this side of the aisle some assurance that your legislation isn't designed so much to get gray machines into shops, which it will do, as much it is exactly what you just said, to repair the roofs on the brick and mortar, on the schools?
Senator's the floor.
Mr. President, I thank the gentleman, and I think he touches on a very important point, because this is not my aim. I only heard from a senator on your side of the aisle that you guys don't like these things. I thought this was a great way to solve a very important problem in the Commonwealth of Virginia. If you'll note, and I'd answer the gentleman that in here, it's charitable, and it's only on premises that serve beverages, alcoholic beverages on premises, and it's limited to 4. And I would also tell the gentleman, Mr. President, that what we're talking about is we can generate $500 million in 4 or 5 years. We're going to fix all the roofs. And if that happens, we can make that determination of where we want to go at that point in time. More importantly, and I really think this is more an important issue that we have to look at, this does not permit those skills games and gray machines in convenience stores. It's very limited in detail. And quite frankly, if we're thinking about choosing between games of skill, gray machines as they call them, and casinos, we are going to miss out on 3 years at least, Mr. President, 3 years of revenues, because that is the fastest time that we could ever raise a casino. So for 3 years, we're going to miss probably $300, $400 million that could go and fix so many of these schools. I am not afraid of a sunset clause. But these are already here. And, Mr. President, I would say, as we attorneys know, you better believe that because there's a property interest in these stores that have these gray machines, that have these games of skill, that there's going to be a lawsuit coming, and probably a court's going to enter an injunction if we pass, I guess now, making them illegal, as I've just found out, that there's going to be an injunction, and those things are going to be up and running until that legal matter has been concluded, probably all the way to the appellate level, because it's a deprivation of a property interest without due process. So in that meantime, we have a great opportunity. They're still going to be there. There's 25% coming out. We have an opportunity of $500 million, hundreds of millions of dollars going into this fund to fix our roofs. And, Mr. President, I would also add and tell my good friend that not only that, charities stand, because this is charitable gaming, stand to make hundreds of millions of dollars that's going to help those in need. We're going to be helping the children, those in need, and we're going to fix our roofs, and we're going to move towards a more modern education and physical plan. Thank you, Mr. President.
The gentleman yield for a following question.
Senator yield for a fellow question.
Of course.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Two parts. One, is there some type of lockbox that you can put on this bill so that the money's raised in the next 5 years, you've estimated at $500 million, goes just to those roofs over the schools? And number two, what about, would you be amenable to a sunset clause after 5 or 6 years on this legislation?
Senator's the floor.
Mr. President, I answered my friend, the gentleman from Richmond, in yes and yes. The reason that I tried to keep the wording so simple was that from line 36, the 25% on all gross profits from the play of such games pursuant to this section, which shall be remitted to the Department of Taxation and allocated to the fund,
Mr. President,
is as soon as I can.
Order.
And I will yield to my other friend if I can just finish the sentence, if that's okay.
Order.
But
Point of order, Mr.
Point
President.
of order. Senator from Prince William County, Senator McPike.
So as I read it, the amendment that's before the body is an enactment clause, and the question is whether to accept or reject it. Is that the case?
Correct.
So the debate seems to have meandered to questions beyond the enactment clause that's been added.
President, may I respond?
There's the floor.
The opposition to my motion with the recommendation to reject is so that this can't be considered, but that is the underpinnings of why the debate is going on. Because what you're saying is we're not going to get to this next piece and not even consider this next piece because we're trying to determine whether the committee amendments is accepted or rejected. If it's rejected, we get to this. But the underpinnings of this emanate from what I'm trying to do for the children and for education.
Mr. President,
Senator.
further, the questions that I posed to the gentleman from Franklin have to be answered and addressed in order to determine should I accept it or reject it. And then we need to answer those questions so we can get to that point. So can the gentleman finish answering?
Senator, want to finish? Sorry, I don't want to cut you off. You okay?
Yes, sir.
Senator, want to finish your answer?
And I'll make it as simple as possible. Absolutely, I would. I had no idea that on this side of the aisle these games are bad and we're going some other direction. So I apologize. Maybe I'm not reading the paper enough. But a sunset clause would be. I mean, like I said, you've got at least 3 years for any casino to be built. Probably 4 or 5 years of litigation that's going to go on in these matters. We might as well take the revenue by regulation and tax, and they're very limited and very small. Put it in this fund. We pay for this. We've made it. Once we've done it, then it can sunset, and that would be great. Or we can revert it to something else if it continues. So absolutely. And I think it should be a lockbox because we have this great ability, Mr. President, to sit there and say, just like we did with the lottery, this is supposed to go to education. Then, well, maybe not this year. I want this commitment. And we should be committed to moving forward to get this problem solved. We owe it to our people.
Further question?
Not of the gentleman from Franklin. May I ask another question, Mr. Speaker? Can somebody, Mr. President, can somebody, one of the patron of SB 4 or one of the supporters of this bill, yield for a question?
Will the senator yield?
That's me.
What's someone other than Senator Stanley?
Would the Senator Howell yield for this? The following question.
Will Senator from Northern Fairfax yield?
Yes, I yield.
Senator yield. You have the floor.
Could the senator explain to me, somebody who's on the fence, why the senator from Franklin County's suggestion of using this money, which may raise $500 million in the next 5 years, strictly earmarked for the roofs on schools, is not the appropriate pathway forward?
Senator's floor.
I'd say to the senator, first of all, we have pretty much made a policy decision that we are not going to do gray machines this year. Secondly, this substitute, and I can't find exactly where, has a percentage amount that is lower than what we're already negotiating. So it will deprive us of some money in the future should we do these. Third, there are many needs in the Commonwealth, and certainly roofs for schools is one, but there are others that should be determined once we have a complete look at these machines rather than a little bit here, a little bit there, let's do them here, let's do them there. I think we need a unified position on this, and we so far don't have any regulatory structure at all.
Would the gentlewoman yield for a final question?
Senator Yield?
I yield.
Senator Yield, you have the floor.
Would the senator agree that if there was a sunset clause after 5 years, with all of the money being raised in the next 5 years going strictly to that one building need, the roofs on schools, and if there was a strict lockbox rule and a strict sunset clause, would the gentlewoman be amenable to the pathway forward by the senator from Franklin?
Senator's the floor.
No, I wouldn't at this point. We're not ready yet for these machines. We haven't finished negotiating. We don't have the regulatory structure. At this point, I think the proper thing is a total ban.
I thank the gentlelady.
Thank the senator. For what purpose is Senator from Western Fairfax? Senator Marsden rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. Speak to the bill.
To the motion, Senator, has the floor.
Or spoke to the motion. No bigger fan of this idea that Senator Stanley, and I hope I had some small part to do with it as we drove around the Commonwealth and saw these things. I wish there was a time when the South Side and the Southwest had some of the finest schools and hospitals and buildings, but coal's gone, tobacco's gone, furniture's gone, textiles are gone, the railroads that went with all of that are gone. I think the problem here is one of timing. We're making policy decisions to move on and talking about casinos and other gambling kinds of things. And right now the train has sort of left the station. But I can assure the gentleman that next year the search for a source of revenue for this very purpose, I'll work with them, do anything possible, through the Finance Committee to make that happen. But at this point in time, I don't think it's practicable. And I would ask that the floor amendment, that the committee amendment be agreed to.
For what purpose is the senior senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove, rise?
Speak to the floor, substitute, Mr. President.
To the committee amendment, Senator has the floor. Senator has the floor.
Thank you. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, the Senate, I've listened to the senator, I can't remember where you're from, Bill Franklin, the senator from Franklin. And I'm a little concerned about his property claim attestment because these machines are actually owned by the people that operate them, not by the establishments in which they sit. So they can have their machines back. Okay, no problem there. And these machines, to me, are the electric scooters of the gaming industry. Electric scooters came in, they threw them everywhere they wanted to, no regulation, shoddy maintenance, no tax structure, no regulation. They just showed up everywhere. Well, you know what? I stood on this floor 2 years ago and I warned us that these machines would be proliferated throughout this Commonwealth, and it's taken on a number that I totally underestimated. These machines have made millions and millions and millions of dollars, and yet they're first to come out and tout, we gave money to the Boys and Girls Club, we gave money to this, we gave money to that. I'll guarantee you they didn't get anywhere close to what they should have given if they were regulated properly. I don't trust them to do that. I don't trust them to remit the proper tax to the state or to the localities. I just hope we will accept the committee amendment.
Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding the committee amendment and the instant motion? Seeing none, with the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the committee amendment be adopted?
Mr. President.
Senator from Northern Fairfax, Senator Howe.
I believe the motion is that it be agreed to. That with the recommendation that it be agreed to.
Right.
The committee.
Yes, yeah, you're right. You're right. Okay, so we'll start this again. Hold on, this is your motion. So,
Mr. President, my motion was with the recommendation that it be rejected.
Correct.
I move the committee amendments.
Correct. Was there a substitute motion, or is it's the same motion?
Mr. President, I'm trying to signal that it would be wise to vote green on the amendment. So yes on the amendment, not no. So that's my recommendation.
And Mr. President, for the children and for the charities and for solving our school modernization problem in a major way, I'd ask that people say no if they believe in children and charities and puppies and kitties. And let's get to the floor. Substitute. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. All right. Is everybody ready? All right, this will be a voice vote, and this is on the committee amendment to Senate Bill 4. And the instant motion is with the recommendation that it be rejected. The question is, shall the amendment be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. Chair is uncertain. We'll have a recorded vote. Question is, shall the committee amendment be adopted? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 24, noes 15.
Ayes 24, noes 15. The committee amendment is adopted. Given that the committee amendment has been adopted, the floor substitute is now ruled out of order. The senator wish to be recognized?
No, I'm just sitting over here, not gotten over it yet. I thought I had to do something else. I'm sorry.
Senate Bill 3, reported from the Committee on the Judiciary with a substitute.
The senior senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the committee substitute.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted.
Senate Bill 53, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with a substitute.
Senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley.
Unless the senator from Northern Fairfax is going to kill this thing, I now move that this committee substitute be agreed to on Senate Bill 53.
Senator Howe, you want to kill it? Might as well check with her first. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Committee substitute is adopted.
Senate Bill 185, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with a substitute.
Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we accept the committee substitute.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted.
Senate Bill 229, reported from the Committee on the Judiciary. Senate Bill 261, reported from the Committee on the Judiciary with a substitute.
Senator from Russell, Senator Chafin.
Mr. President, I move the committee substitute.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted.
Senate Bill 271, reported from the Committee on Education and Health. Senate Bill 279, reported from the Committee on Education and Health. Senate Bill 321, reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology with amendments.
Senator from Accomack, Senator Lewis.
Mr. President, I move that we adopt the committee amendments.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee amendments be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendments are adopted.
Senate Bill 408, reported from the Committee on the Judiciary with a substitute.
The junior senator from Chesterfield, Senator Hashmi.
Mr. President, I move the committee substitute.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted.
Senate Bill 448, reported from the Committee on Education and Health. Senate Bill 515, reported from the Committee on Education and Health. Senate Bill 530, reported from the Committee on Education and Health. Senate Bill 544, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with amendments.
Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, I move that the committee amendments be adopted.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the committee amendments be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendments are adopted.
Senate Bill 565, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with amendment.
Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, I move that the committee amendments be adopted.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee amendment be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted.
Senate Bill 566, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with an amendment.
Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, I move that the committee amendments be adopted.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee amendment be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted.
Senate Bill 575, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with amendments.
Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the committee amendments be agreed to.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee amendments be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendments are agreed to.
Senate Bill 585, reported from the Committee on the Judiciary with a substitute.
Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the committee substitute be agreed to.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to.
Senate Bill 594, reported from the Committee on Education and Health. Senate Bill 595, reported from the Committee on Education and Health. Senate Bill 607, reported from the Committee on the Judiciary with a substitute.
Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd ask the committee substitute be agreed to.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to.
Senate Bill 680, reported from the Committee on Education and Health. Senate Bill 711, reported from the Committee on the Judiciary. Senate Bill 760, reported from the Committee on Education and Health. Senate Bill 830, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with a substitute.
Senator from Accomack, Senator Lewis.
Mr. President, I move the Committee on Education and Health substitute.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted.
Senate Bill 832, reported from the Committee on Education and Health. Senate Bill 836, reported from the Committee on Education and Health. Senate Bill 904, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with a substitute.
Senator from Fauquier, Senator Vogel.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the committee substitute be adopted.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted.
Senate Bill 905, reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology with a substitute.
Senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I now move that Senate Bill 905's committee substitute be agreed to.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to.
Senate Bill 976, reported for the Committee on Education and Health with a substitute.
Senator from Western Fairfax, Senator Marsden.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the committee substitute.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted.
Senate Bill 978, reported from the Committee on Education and Health. Senate Bill 994, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with a substitute.
Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd move the committee substitute.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted.
Senate Bill 1041, reported from the Committee on Education and Health. Senate Bill 1042, reported from the Committee on the Judiciary. Senate Bill 1051, reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology with a substitute.
Senator from Bath, Senator Deeds.
Mr. President, I move the substitute be adopted.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted.
Senate Bill 1065, reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology with a substitute.
Senior Senator from Virginia Beach, Senator DeSteff. Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted.
Senate Bill 1072, reported from the Committee on the Judiciary with a substitute.
Senator from Williamsburg, Senator Mason.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move the committee substitute be adopted.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted.
Senate Bill 1074, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with an amendment.
The senior senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the committee amendment be adopted.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee amendment be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted.
Senate Bill 1094, reported from the Committee on the Judiciary with a substitute.
Senator from Bass, Senator Deeds.
Mr. President, I move that the committee substitute be adopted.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted. Question is, shall the Senate bills be engrossed in advance to their third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bills are engrossed in advance to their third reading.
Uncontested calendar, Senate bills on third reading.
Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, I move that all Senate bills now on third reading on the uncontested calendar, pages 22 through 36, Senate Bills 4 through Senate Bill 1094, that the rules be suspended, the third constitutional reading of the titles be dispensed with.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the rules be suspended and the third reading of the titles of the bills be dispensed with? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The reading of the titles is dispensed with. The bills are now before the Senate on final passage. Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, I move that all Senate bills now on third reading, the uncontested calendar, that's pages 22 through 36, Senate Bill 4 through Senate Bill 1094, be placed on their final passage in a block. Any senator desiring to remove a bill from the block, please do so after the clerk has read the number of the bill.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the Senate bills of the uncontested calendar third reading, pages 22 through 36, Senate Bill 4 through Senate Bill 1094, be placed upon their final passage in the block, with the understanding that any senator desiring a bill be removed from the block will do so after the clerk has read the number of the bill. All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The bills are before us in the block. The clerk will read the number of the bills.
Senate Bill 4. Senate Bill 3, Senate Bill 53, Senate Bill 185, Senate Bill 229, Senate Bill 261, Senate Bill 271, Senate Bill 279.
Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. And if you would take Senate Bill 279 out of the block, please.
Without objection, Senate Bill 279 is removed from the block.
Senate Bill 321, Senate Bill 408, Senate Bill 448, Senate Bill 515, Senate Bill 530, Senate Bill 544, Senate Bill 565, Senate Bill 566, Senate Bill 575, Senate Bill 585, Senate Bill 594, Senate Bill 595, Senate Bill 607, Senate Bill 680, Senate Bill 711, Senate Bill 760, Senate Bill 830, Senate Bill 832, Senate Bill 836, Senate Bill 904, Senate Bill 905, Senate Bill 976, Senate Bill 978, Senate Bill 994, Senate Bill 1041, Senate Bill 1042, Senate Bill 1051, Senate Bill 1065, Senate Bill 1072, Senate Bill 1074, Senate Bill 1094,
question is, shall the bills in the block pass? That is all bills except for Senate Bill 279. All in favor of passage of the bills will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, noes 0. The bills in the block pass.
Returning to page 24, Senate Bill 279.
Mr. President, I move.
Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
I move the bill pass. And speaking to the bill,
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, this is simply a very simple change to the Certificate of Public Need law dealing with medical care facilities. Right now, the way the code is being interpreted, it says that the need will be determined based upon the need within the planning district where the facility is located. And in essence, what it leaves out in that analysis is people coming from out of state to a particular facility in Virginia, which clearly does have a need as a result of that. And so this just clarifies that, so that it gives the commissioner the latitude to take in people out of state and elsewhere to meet that need.
Thank you, Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 279? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 279 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 33, noes 5. And Rule 36-1.
Ayes 33, noes 5. Rule 36-1. Senate Bill 279 passes.
Regular calendar, Senate bills on second reading. Senate Bill 253, a bill relating to deeds of trust, fiduciary duties. The floor amendments have been reconsidered by the Senate.
Senator from Russell, Senator Chafin.
Mr. President, I woke up thinking about this fine bill today, and I thought in my mind, this bill's been around for a long time, and it just keeps on being here, and it's beginning to look like a fine wine that has aged and has found its time. So you know, I was also thinking about a practical aspect, that I'd like to share with the members. Back during the good old days, you know, when lawyers were doing dozens and dozens and dozens of residential and commercial closings, real estate closings, it just seemed like it wouldn't end. But then came the Great Recession. And when that recession came, it just kind of slowed down and slowed down and slowed down and slowed down. And people that in real estate practice, they didn't know what they were going to do. Now, I do other things in my office too, so I stayed busy. But one of the things that we pretty quickly figured out was, you know what? People are, for many, many reasons, they're not going to be able to pay their mortgages. And because they can't pay their deeds of trust, because they can't pay their financings, all of a sudden, these real estate lawyers, me being one of them, began the unhappy task, and it is an unhappy task, Mr. President, of foreclosing somebody's dream home or somebody's business or somebody's industry, because for whatever reason, that mortgage, that payment has not been made for 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, 5 months, 6 months, however many months. May have even gone into bankruptcy and then come back out with relief from the stay of the bankruptcy court. But at any rate, at some point, we are tasked with the unhappy task of conducting a sale and going through the law of foreclosures, the law of executing that deed of trust. And as we go through executing those deeds of trust, we work our way down a list. We follow all the recommendations that are provided to us in the Virginia Code, as well as those recommendations and requirements that are contained in the deed of trust. And when we have the sale, it doesn't always bring what we think that property ought to be worth. You know, my father was involved in real estate, and he used to say, "We'll find out what it's worth on a rainy day on the courthouse steps." And that's sometimes that's what it's worth. So all of a sudden, Mr. President, we were selling these properties that were assessed for taxes at $300,000, but you know what? Nobody wanted them. Nobody had $300,000.
Mr. President, parliamentary inquiry.
Senator has the floor.
Are we debating the floor amendment?
We are debating the floor amendment.
Has anyone moved it yet?
It just sort of is the motion.
They were reconsidered, so they're before us. Okay.
Yeah, it was moved last time, so it's now before us. It's being considered.
Yes, sir.
So you're both right. You have the floor.
So, Mr. President, so it doesn't bring $300,000. It doesn't bring $280,000. It doesn't bring $250,000, and it might only bring $220,000 because you know what? That's all it's worth in that economy. That is what that property is worth. It's been well advertised. It's been put out there. You've got every realtor in town looking at it. You've got everybody looking at it that's willing to look at it. But on that particular day, that's what it's worth. And there's got to be some finality to this, Mr. President. So that's what this law is all about. Now, I've heard it said that that this takes away from the fiduciary obligation to both the creditor or to the debtor. But I can tell you, Mr. President, right here in line 71 through 73, this says a trustee under a deed of trust is a fiduciary for both the debtor and the creditor. Now there's your duty of impartiality for the trustees. They have that duty. Okay, all this says is that when they've done everything else right, and if there's a conflict that exists between the duty, between the creditor and between the debtor, then the terms of the deed of trust and the terms of the Virginia Code control to give this finality. So,
Mr. President, will the gentleman yield for a couple questions?
I will yield.
Senator Yields, you have the floor.
Will the gentleman agree with me that the creditor, not the debtor, is usually the one that writes the deed of trust?
Senator's the floor.
Mr. President, I will agree that it usually, if the debtor wants to borrow money, the debtor comes to the creditor, to the bank, and uses the bank's forms. Yes.
Mr. President, yes. Would the gentleman yield?
Senator Yield?
I will yield.
Would the gentleman further agree with me that the import of this bill is to undermine the common law fiduciary responsibilities of the foreclosure, the trustee in foreclosure, to the debtor? That the import of this bill is to limit his fiduciary responsibilities to those specifically outlined in the deed of trust agreement?
Senator's the floor.
Mr. President, I would tell the senator from Bath that I do not agree with him, and that what I do think is that this bill is drafted to provide finality to those situations where a foreclosure action has occurred, and to provide finality to it so that there won't be litigation by consumer attorneys.
Further question? No further question. Senator still wish to be recognized?
Mr. President, I understand that there sits before that there is a floor amendment that I don't like. and
that's not nice.
And I posed the question the last time on the floor amendment, but it might be that the senator from Fairfax City would want to pose the question on his own floor amendment.
Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to speak in support of the floor amendment. Speak to that.
Senator, it's the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, when I was a child, for Christmas, my family would sit down and watch a movie called It's a Wonderful Life. And it was a movie about two bankers. And one was a banker that was very by the rules, very ruthless. I'm sure he complied with the deeds of trust at every opportunity, and he took over a lot of properties. His name was Mr. Potter. There was another banker by the name of George Bailey, and he went out of his way to look out for people. He was fair to people. He was neutral to people. He treated them with the utmost respect. Now, I'm sure there were times he had to take back a property also, but he always treated people fairly. Now, Mr. Potter would comply with the deed of trust, I'm sure, at every opportunity. Mr. Bailey would comply with his fiduciary duties, with his common law duties that he would owe to a debtor in the most desperate moment of their lives. I love that movie. One of the reasons I love that movie because the two title roles in that movie reminded me so much of my own parents, and I love that. And this, to me, is an It's a Wonderful Life moment because we can comply with the Mr. Potter version of the law, which is the strictest adherence to the deed of trust, or we can comply to the George Bailey version of the law, which is the common law in this beautiful Commonwealth, which is fiduciary duty and Zuzu's pedals. Vote for Zuzu's pedals. Support this amendment. Thank you very much.
Good. Senator from Russell, Senator Chapin.
It's a wonderful life.
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. President.
Yes, sir.
If you like the floor amendment, you would vote yes. If you don't like it, as I don't like it, you would vote no.
I believe that is accurate. The question is, shall the Senate adopt the floor amendments? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. Chair is uncertain, so every time we take a vote, an angel gets his wings. We're going to have a recorded vote. All those in favor of adopting the floor amendments will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. The senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 18, noes 21.
Ayes 18, noes 21. The floor amendments are rejected. Senator from Russell, Senator Chafin.
Mr. President, I move that the bill be engrossed and passed to its third reading.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 183, a bill relating to war memorials for veterans. Committee substitute number 2 was adopted. Number 1 and 2 were adopted. Nope. Number 1 was rejected. Number 2 was adopted. And there are 2 floor amendments.
Senator from Hampton, Senator Lott. Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the first floor amendment. I move to waive the reading.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the reading of the floor amendment be waived? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the floor amendment is waived. Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking in support of the floor amendment. This just simply exempts those memorials that are located in publicly owned cemeteries. I could give you more family history, but I think at this point I've probably spoken too much, so I just ask that we agree to the floor amendment.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the floor amendment be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I respectfully ask you, will you waive the reading of the floor amendment to Senate Bill 183?
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the reading of the floor amendment be waived? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the floor amendment is waived. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Mr. President, like the senator from Fairfax City said, I could give you a longer family history on this, but I think it's fairly self-explanatory, and I would ask that the floor amendment be agreed to.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the floor amendment be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is agreed to. Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate Bill 183 be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 890, a bill relating to transportation. There is reported from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with a substitute There is another floor substitute and 18 floor amendments.
All right. Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, with a recommendation that they reject the finance and appropriations substitute, I would move that we agree to the substitute.
Thank the senator. With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
The noes have it. Committee substitute is rejected. Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, just as brief as I can possibly make it, which
there's the floor.
The floor substitute.
Please don't make me read this.
Oh, move that we accept. Excuse me.
Waive the reading.
I move that we waive the reading. No, we want to read 145. I would move that we waive the reading of the 145 pages for which 50 trees gave up their lives.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the reading of the substitute be waived? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. We'll read the floor substitute.
And I get to delegate who reads it.
Make that motion again.
Well, if the ruling is to read the floor substitute, then one of those who voted in the majority would
Senator
then have
from
to.
Franklin County, Senator Stanley.
Having lightly voted on the prevailing side, by which we did not waive the reading of Senate Bill 890's substitutes, I now move that we reconsider that motion.
The question is, shall the vote by which the reading of the floor substitute was not waived be reconsidered? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 1.
Ayes 38, noes 1. The motion is agreed to. Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, what the
you want to waive the reading?
Oh, I got to waive it. You didn't get enough of this? All right, Mr. President, I move we waive the reading of the floor substitute to Senate Bill 890.
Thank the senator. If we get it wrong this time, it has to be unanimous, just so you know. Not on this one, but the next one. The question is, shall the reading of the substitute be waived? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the floor substitute is waived. Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
All right. What the major changes to the floor substitute, and there's really two fairly big ones, and the rest are smaller, and I'll discuss at least one of the sets of amendments. If you remember, the original bill was for the next 3 years we would raise the gasoline tax 4 cents, and then the CPI would be kicked in after that. In the substitute, it is 2 years instead of 3. It'll raise it 8 cents. Now, what that does is what that will do is bring our state tax to 24 cents a gallon. And when you add in the weighted regional averages around the state, and I'll get to that in a second, it effectively makes it about 31 cents a gallon, which is still 5 cents below the national state average. And the bill, the substitute, has been endorsed by numerous organizations, but one that's particularly noteworthy. This is the first time in 73 years that the Virginia Petroleum and Convenience Marketers Association has endorsed a gas tax increase. And the other major change in the bill is that we have imposed across the state, because someone had asked us about it, right now Tidewater and Northern Virginia have regional gas taxes. That's about 7 cents a gallon, essentially. And also the I-81 corridor. has that. What this would do is it would put it in all. It would put it statewide in all the various transportation regions. Okay, they would all have it. It would amount to about $8, $9, $10 million a year per district, and it's in the substitute. That money will stay in your district for your projects. So those are the two biggest changes. And from a revenue standpoint, when it reaches its max, it'll start off in FY21 with $210 million above what we're getting now, and it'll grow to FY24 $465 million. The other thing, even though it produces the same amount of revenue that we had from going to 12 cents as opposed to 8, because in the original bill, they cut a lot of the registration fees. We're going to leave them where they were. And the other thing, in addition to that, on your registration fee bill, there will be an additional fee. Fuel-efficient vehicles will pay a percentage above the 85% of what the average state gas tax is, and it's based on 23 miles to the gallon, and I think about 11,000 miles a year. So, like I said, it produces a fair amount of revenue. Know this, that up till the 1980s, the late 1980s, VDOT had a policy of resurfacing secondary roads and subdivision streets every 6 years. Now it's every 15 years, and it's getting worse. So, you know, for years and years and years, as I've pointed out before, we've searched for people, as I said earlier today, we've searched for people who will pour that asphalt for free. We can't find anybody who will do it. Darn it. So they all want to be paid. Can you imagine that? Problem is, we just don't have the revenue to do it. And that's essentially what this bill does. And the amendments, I know the amendments offered by the senior senator from Virginia Beach, and he'll speak to it, and then I'll tell you, you know, how I view that after he does that. So with that, I would yield, because a substantial amount of the amendments, and maybe all of them, are from Senator's staff.
Before we get to that, Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. If the gentleman would yield for a question, please.
Sure. Well, Senator Yields. Senator Yields, you have the floor.
Mr. President, my question is, where are we on that terrible idea that was advanced as a new initiative to repeal all inspections of motor vehicles?
Senator's the floor.
The other thing I should have mentioned, and thank the senator from James City County. All of those, the only thing that's in my bill are the revenue aspects. There are none of the others that were in the original bill. They're all out. And Senator Lucas had them in their bill. My understanding is that as of now, it looks like inspections are going to stay one every year.
Mr. President, I thank the gentleman and the lady with their extraordinary insight.
Thank the senator. So call on the senior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator D-Staff, but did just want to know before Senator speaks that the floor amendments are now ruled out of order because they were drawn to the committee substitute. But Senator's welcome to speak if you like. Got the mic on?
Understood, Mr. President.
Thanks.
Speaking to the bill.
Thanks, Senator. You have the floor.
Speaking to the floor substitute, Mr.
Senator,
President.
the floor.
And I thank the gentleman from Fairfax for having an open mind and discussing this with us. There's a few policy things that we're still trying to work out on this. We did add a few things to this substitute that he has agreed to, which is coming in the next modification, and that's one, have an MEI review, the MEI Commission review anything on the bonding we've got coming up in the sale of any land or purchase of land, which from a policy position is, or policy decision, really makes a lot of sense when you're looking at what we're trying to do and accomplish here. There's still a parity issue that we're working out, and then the way the passenger rail commission is structured, we still have a little bit of work to do on that. I'm confident we can get there, Mr. President. Additionally, in the new floor substitute, we go from originally 45% of the funds being used for road maintenance down to 30%, where we increase for the highway safety improvement program up to 10%. I think we can kind of move those around in the next version that's coming out and come up to something that will work for everybody. But with this and the promise from the senior senator from Fairfax, I think we can get there at the next iteration of this. Thank you very much.
Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslow.
And I'll end it with this. There are two amendments offered by Senator D. Staff in particular, which need to be in the final version of this bill. One is that it's in the enactment clause that the Rail and Transportation Authority that we're creating, that the concentration on rail will be essentially Tidewater to Richmond and Northern Virginia, and that will all be taken care of before we start with Richmond to North Carolina. We just think that that's a lot more important and carries a lot more people. The other, as Mr. President, as he mentioned, is that in the bill it would have the Commonwealth Transportation Board approving, bonds if they were needed to purchase land or the sale of land. That would be changed to approval by the MEI, which has General Assembly members on it. I think we're putting up the money. We ought to, be the watchdogs over how a lot of this gets spent. So, and that's pretty much it.
Thank you, Senator. Just quick clarification.
Does that take care of all the amendments?
I believe it does.
Okay. With that, I would move that Senate Bill 890, in the form of a floor substitute, be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
We have to agree to it first. I tell you what. I want to reset.
I thought we did agree to it.
I don't think we did.
Okay. Well, I would.
Okay, right before we do it, just to reset. So there were the amendments from the senior senator from Virginia Beach. Those are ruled out of order because they were drawn to the original sub. You referenced some other amendments, but those will come later, I assume?
Yes.
In the House version. Okay, so those are not before the body. And now the question is whether or not the Senate will agree on the floor substitute from the senior senator from Fairfax.
I would move that we adopt the floor substitute.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the floor substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor substitute is adopted. Senior senator from Fairfax.
With that, I would move that the floor substitute to Senate Bill 890 be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the substitute be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
972, a bill relating to vehicle registration fees, Public Safety Trust Fund, reported from the Committee on Transportation with amendments and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations, and there is a floor substitute.
Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, in order to arrive at the floor substitute, we need to reject the committee amendments, and so with the recommendation that we reject the amendments proposed by the Senate Transportation Committee, I move that we adopt the amendments from the Senate Transportation Committee, and that means vote red.
Thank the Senator. With the recommendation that they be rejected, the question is, shall the committee amendments be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
No.
The noes have it. The committee amendments
I hope it's been rejected. Mr. President, the floor amendment is a rework. What this bill does is originally was to raise $1.25 each year for 10
Senator,
years.
sorry to interrupt. Senator, can you
I'm
waive
sorry.
the reading?
I move that we waive the reading of the floor amendment.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the reading of the floor amendment be waived? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the floor amendment is waived. Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, the floor amendment does this. It raises the annual fee for registration of vehicles by $4, and that the funds collected will go into a public safety transportation fund, which will be to enhance the salaries and so forth of the state police. And this is something we talked about at some time. The state police are woefully underfunded, and this money would be used for them. And this is very important to the safety of all of us. And I move the floor amendment be adopted.
Thank the Senator. Question is, shall the floor substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor substitute is adopted. Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend the rules and engross and advance the bill to its third reading.
Question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 7, a bill relating to the minimum wage, reported from the Committee on Commerce and Labor with a substitute, and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with a substitute.
Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, I would move that go by for the day.
Without objection, Senate Bill 7 will go by for the day.
Senate Bill 971, a bill relating to the gaming in Virginia penalties, reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology with a substitute, and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations, and there is a floor substitute.
Senator from Senator from Mecklenburg, Senator Ruff.
Mr. President, I would move that the floor amendment be withdrawn.
The floor sub be withdrawn. Okay. Without objection, the floor substitute is withdrawn. Senator from Northern Fairfax, Senator Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. This Senate Bill 971 is the bill that bans the gray machines. As I'm sure most people here know, the gray machines are totally unregulated here. They are paying no taxes at all. They are taking money away from the lottery, which is, of course, taking money then away from public education. This bill will ban them. It's a really very simple bill. It defines what the skill machines, which is the name for the gray machines, are. It says that they are illegal, which is why they are now would be banned. And they have an exemption for entertainment, family entertainment centers. That's all the bill does.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose, Senator from James City County, Senator Norman Rise.
Speaking to the bill, Mr. President.
Senator has the floor.
In an extraordinary moment of bipartisanship, I rise in support of the bill.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding the committee substitute?
I move that substitute be agreed to.
Question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to. Senator from Northern Fairfax, Senator Howe.
I move the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 1038, a bill relating to creation of the Hampton Roads Transportation District Regional Transit Program, reported from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with a substitute.
Senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Thank you,
you, Mr. President. I move that the committee amendment be agreed to.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted. Senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 67, a bill relating to reporting lost or stolen firearms, civil penalty, reported from the Committee on the Judiciary.
Senior Senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be engrossed and passed to its third reading.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 323, a bill relating to high school graduation requirements, advanced diploma, standard units of credit, certain substitutions, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with a substitute.
Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Mr. President, I move that the substitute be adopted.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted. Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Mr. President, I move that now we engross and advance to its third reading.
Thank you, Senator.
Senate Bill 323.
Question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 352, a bill relating to guardianship and conservatorship, supported decision-making alternative, reported from the Committee on the Judiciary.
Senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
I thank the senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 401, a bill relating to immunity of persons at public hearing, attorney fees, cost, reported from the Committee on the Judiciary.
Junior Senator from Chesterfield, Senator Hashmi.
I move that the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Thank the senator. The question is, should the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 489, a bill relating to authority to defer and dismiss a criminal case, reported from the Committee on the Judiciary with a substitute.
Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Surville.
I move the committee substitute.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted. Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Surville.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 529, a bill relating to admissibility of statements of a deceased or not or incompetent party, hearsay exception, reported from the Committee on the Judiciary with a substitute.
Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
Mr. President, before we take up the substitute, I have a motion. I would move that this bill be recommitted to the Committee on the Judiciary. I've spoken with Senator Edwards to alert him to this. I think he has had communications with different bar organizations. This is a bill that only a lawyer could love or hate. It deals with the repeal of the so-called dead man statute, and it has the potential to have a very significant impact on the ability of plaintiffs to pursue causes of action or defendants to defend causes of action in which the word of a deceased witness or party is critical to either the pursuit of that case or the defense of that case. I understand what Senator Edwards is trying to do. The Boyd Graves Conference has struggled with this for about 10 years, and one of my first bills was Senator Mims's bequest to me. Boyd Graves had a piece of legislation recommending modification of this, and he looked at it and said, Mark, I think this would be really good for you to take. And it was a buzzsaw. It's a very complicated issue, And I'm afraid, and members of multiple bars are very concerned as to the impact of this legislation. I think that the Courts Committee or the Judiciary Committee needs to maybe continue to work on this. So I would move that it be recommitted.
Move that the bill go by for the day.
Substitute motion?
Yeah, substitute motion. Go by for the day.
That's fine.
All right. Without objection, Senate Bill 529 will go by for the day.
Senate Bill 543, a bill relating to firearms shows mandatory background check. Reported from the Committee on the Judiciary.
Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, move that the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Thank the Senator. The question is, should the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 545, a bill relating to appeals of right in General District Court, orders or judgment altering prior final orders or judgments, separate notices of appeal. Reported from the Committee on the Judiciary with a substitute.
Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, I move that the committee substitute be adopted.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted. Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, I move that the rules be suspended and that we engross and advance this bill to the third reading.
Question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 667, a bill relating to arrest and prosecution when experiencing or reporting overdoses. Reported for the Committee on the Judiciary with an amendment.
Senior Senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the committee amendment be adopted.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee amendment be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. The Senior Senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan.
I move that the bill be engrossed and passed to its third reading.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 712, a bill relating to the Virginia Human Rights Act, discrimination on the basis of pregnancy, childbirth, or related medical conditions, reasonable accommodation for the known limitations of persons related to pregnancy, childbirth, or related medical conditions. Reported from the Committee on Education and Health with a substitute.
Senior Senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the committee substitute be adopted.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted. The Senior Senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the bill be engrossed and passed to its third reading.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 729, a bill relating to school principals' incident reports. Reported from the Committee on Education and Health.
Senior Senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be engrossed and passed to its third reading.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 730, a bill relating to custodial interrogations recording. Reported from the Committee on the Judiciary with a substitute.
Senior Senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the committee substitute be adopted.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted. The Senior Senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan.
And I move the bill be engrossed and passed to its third reading.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 788, a bill relating to grand larceny and certain property crimes threshold. Reported from the Committee on the Judiciary.
Senior Senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the bill be engrossed and passed to its third reading.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 792, a bill relating to conveyance of right-of-way usage to certain non-public service companies. Reported from the Committee on the Judiciary.
Senator from Accomack, Senator Lewis.
Mr. President, I move that the bill be engrossed and advanced on to its third reading.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 811, a bill relating to sentencing in a criminal case, bifurcated jury trial, reported from the Committee on the Judiciary with a substitute.
The junior senator from Richmond City, Senator Morrissey.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the committee substitute be adopted.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted. The junior senator from Richmond City, Senator Morrissey.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 906, a bill relating to property, landlord, and tenant noncompliance as defense to action for possession for non-payment of rent. Reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology with a substitute.
Senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley.
Sorry, Mr. President, I was playing a game of skill for a charity over here, trying to get some money for the schools. I believe I can yield to my good friend Senator Barker, if you want.
Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Mr. President, I'm not going to comment on how skillful he may be, but what I would like to do at this point is move that the Senate Bill 906 be recommitted to the Committee on General Laws and Technology for purpose of carrying over for the year.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall Senate Bill 906 be recommitted to the Committee on General Laws and Technology? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 906 is recommitted to the Committee on General Laws and Technology.
Senate Bill 915, a bill relating to the Department of Professional and Occupational Regulation training requirement for barbers and cosmetologists. Reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology with a substitute.
Senator from Western Fairfax, Senator Marsden.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the committee substitute be agreed to.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to. Senator from Western Fairfax, Senator Marsden.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the bill be engrossed and passed on to its third reading.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 933, a bill to require the Department of Education to develop and adopt a common statewide definition for the term students with limited or interrupted formal education. Reported from the Committee on Education and Health with a substitute.
Senator from Arlington, Senator Favola.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that the substitute be agreed to.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to. Senator from Arlington, Senator Favola.
Mr. President, I move that the bill now be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Bill 938, a bill relating to fees collected by circuit court clerks for recording and indexing, use of fee, and preserving permanent records of the circuit courts. Reported from the Committee on the Judiciary.
Senator from Arlington, Senator Favola.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 940, a bill relating to circuit court clerk's fee, lodging of wills. Reported from the Committee on the Judiciary.
Senator from Arlington, Senator Favola.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that the bill now be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Thank the senator. The question is, should the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 983, a bill relating to certificate of public need, definition of medical care facility. Reported from the Committee on Education and Health with an amendment.
Senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the committee amendment be agreed to.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee amendment be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is agreed to. Senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 1015, a bill relating to possession of marijuana, cannabidiol oil, or THCA. Maybe after 5 years I'll get it. Oil. Reported from the Committee on the Judiciary with a substitute.
Senator from Western Fairfax, Senator Marsden.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the committee substitute be agreed to.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to. Senator from Western Fairfax, Senator Marsden.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Thank the Senator. The question is, should the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 1020, a bill relating to public schools' alternative accountability process, assault and battery without bodily injury. Reported from the Committee on Education and Health with substitute.
Senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the committee substitute for SB 1020 be agreed to.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to. Senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I now move that we engross and advance Senate Bill 1020 to its third constitutional reading.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 1026, a bill relating to pharmacists prescribing, dispensing, and administering of controlled substances. Reported for the Committee on Education and Health with a substitute.
Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we agree to the committee substitute.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted. Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I now move that Senate Bill 1026 be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 1043, a bill relating to civil actions filed on behalf of multiple persons. Reported from the Committee on the Judiciary with a substitute.
Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Surville.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the committee substitute.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted. Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Surville.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 1049, a bill relating to involuntary commitment, notice, and participation family members. Reported from the Committee on Education and Health with a substitute.
Senator from Bath, Senator Deeds.
Mr. President, I move that the committee substitute be adopted.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted. Senator from Bath, Senator Deeds.
Mr. President, I move that the bill be engrossed and passed to its third reading.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 1081, a bill to provide that certain applications for a certificate of public need shall be deemed to demonstrate a public need for the proposed service and to be consistent with the state medical facilities plan. Reported from the Committee on Education and Health.
Senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate engross and advance Senate Bill 1081 to its third constitutional reading.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 1088, a bill relating to fire companies, dissolution of rescue squad, return of property purchased with public funds. Reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology with a substitute.
Senator from King George, Senator Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the substitute be adopted.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted. Senator from King George, Senator Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Mr. President.
Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
May I ask that we reconsider a vote in which I prevailed? Whatever. Come on, guys. The chips are getting to me.
Which page are we on?
May we reconsider Senate Bill 936, having voted on the prevailing side on page 16?
Page 16. Let's get there.
Oh, okay.
All right. Question is, shall the vote? We're going back to page 16.
Okay. 936.
There'll be time enough for counting when dealing's done.
All right, we're on page 16, Senate Bill 936. The question is, shall the vote by which Senate Bill 936 passed be reconsidered? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 1.
Ayes 38, noes 1. The motion is agreed to. Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Texas back. I ask that the body double down and once again, please approve this fine bill, which will help your fraternal organizations in your area. Thank you.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 936? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 936 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 35, noes 4.
Ayes 35, noes 4. Senate Bill 936 passes.
We're turning to page
49.
First reading. We did.
We're turning to page 49, uncontested calendar, Senate bills on first reading.
Mr. President.
Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Mr. President, I respectfully ask that the Senate stand in recess until 4:20 and that the Senate Republican caucus immediately retire to the prayer meeting room.
Could we do this motion first?
Although, want to do this motion? Can we do this motion first?
I'm sorry?
From the senior senator from Fairfax, can we do the motion first and then?
When?
You want to do it? Do you want to recess now? Okay. Hold on one second. All right. Okay. Without objection, the Senate will stand in recess until 4:20 p.m. Senate will come to order. Senators will please take their seats. Those persons not entitled to the privilege of the floor will please retire to the gallery. Madam Clerk.
Uncontested calendar, Senate bills on first reading.
Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, I move that all Senate bills on first reading on the uncontested and regular calendar, pages 49 through 88, at Senate Bills 31 through Senate Bill 1087, that the rules be suspended and the first constitutional reading of the titles be dispensed with.
Thank the Senator. Question is, shall the rules be suspended and the first reading of the titles of Senate bills on the uncontested and regular calendars, pages 49 through 88, Senate Bill 31 through Senate Bill 1087, be dispensed with? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 36, noes 0.
Ayes 36, noes 0. The reading of the titles is dispensed with. The Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
I now move that those said bills go by for the day.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the Senate bills on the uncontested and regular calendars now on second reading go by for the day? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bills will go by for the day.
Uncontested calendar, Senate Joint Resolutions on third reading, page 88. Senate Joint Resolution 15, requesting the Department of Education to study the teacher licensure process and the assessment requirements therein for any inherent biases that may prevent minority teacher candidates from entering the profession. Report.
Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke. Okay. Without objection, SJR 15 will go by temporarily.
Senate Joint Resolution 38, directing the Joint Commission on Technology and Science to study the safety, quality of life, and economic consequences of weather and climate-related events on coastal areas in Virginia. Report.
Senior Senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we agree to the committee amendments.
To the resolution?
To the resolution. I apologize, yes.
No worries. Does anyone speak to that?
No? Yeah, sure I will.
Senator has the floor.
Yes, Mr. President. This particular resolution would allow the Joint Commission on Technology and Science to do a study on climate change and climate-related events in the coastal areas of Virginia. We would also be using the Virginia Academy of Sciences and Engineering, a think tank that's totally voluntary, but has some of the brightest minds in the Commonwealth of Virginia. So I hope we'll pass the resolution.
Thank the Senator. Question is, shall the Senate agree to Senate Joint Resolution 38? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Senate agrees to Senate Joint Resolution 38.
Senate Joint Resolution 53, requesting the Department of Environmental Quality to study revised priority ranking criteria for grants from the Stormwater Local Assistance Fund to include reduction of nitrogen pollution. Report.
Senator from Accomack, Senator Lewis.
Mr. President, I move that the joint resolution pass. And speaking to that motion,
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, what Senate Joint Resolution 53 seeks to achieve is a study from the Department of Environmental Quality on whether we are according nitrogen reduction strategies the same priority that we do with phosphorus reduction strategies, and whether we should reevaluate for grants from the Stormwater Local Assistance Fund how we credit those or rank those reduction goals. We've made great progress with phosphorus, but there's some thought from and this idea came from the Hampton Roads Planning District region that we're not giving enough, we're not doing enough for nitrogen reduction, and so this is an effort to have them take a look at that issue.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the Senate agree to Senate Joint Resolution 53? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Senate agrees to Senate Joint Resolution 53.
Returning to page 88, Senate Joint Resolution 15, requesting the Department of Education to study the teacher licensure process and the assessment requirements therein for any inherent biases that may prevent minority teacher candidates from entering the profession. Report.
Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Thank you, Mr. President. What she said.
Touche. Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that Senate Joint Resolution 15 pass. Mr. President, a few years ago, the Committee to Study the Future of Public Elementary and Secondary Education in the Commonwealth adopted this as a recommendation, not only to address teacher shortages, but also as a possible long-range plan to place minority teachers in the classroom. Given the problem the persist of minority teachers, the minority teacher shortage, it is my hope that the committee will the body will approve Senate Joint Resolution 15. So I move again that it pass.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall the Senate agree to Senate Joint Resolution 15? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Senate agrees to Senate Joint Resolution 15.
Uncontested calendar, Senate Joint Resolutions on first reading.
Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, I move that all Senate Joint Resolutions on the first reading on the uncontested and regular calendar is pages 90 through 92, SJR 27 through 89, SJR 89, that the rules be suspended, the first constitutional reading of the titles be dispensed with.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the rules be suspended and the first reading of the titles of the Senate Joint Resolutions on the uncontested and regular calendars, pages 90 through 92, Senate Joint Resolution 27 through Senate Joint Resolution 89 be waived? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, no 0.
Ayes 38, no 0. The reading of the titles is waived. Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, I would move now that all Senate joint resolutions go by for the day.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the Senate joint resolutions on the uncontested and regular calendars now on second reading go by for the day? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The resolutions will go by for the day.
Uncontested calendar, Senate resolutions on first reading. Senate Resolution 7, designating March 28th in 2020 in each succeeding year as James Solomon Russell Day in Virginia.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We are now going to go to our supplemental calendar number 1. Everybody has that in front of them? Blue calendar. Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, I move that all Senate bills on first reading on the uncontested calendar, as pages 1 through 6, Senate Bill 250 through 1047, that the rules be suspended and the first constitutional reading be dispensed with.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the rules be suspended in the first reading of the titles of Senate bills on the uncontested and regular calendars, pages 1 through 6, Senate Bill 250 through Senate Bill 1047 be dispensed with? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The reading of the titles is dispensed with. Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
I move that those said bills be passed by for the day.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the Senate bills on the uncontested and regular calendars now on second reading go by for the day? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bills will go by for the day. Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, I didn't inquire after 5.5 hours. Have we cleared the calendar, Madam Clerk?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Is there any other business to come before the Senate? Do any senators wish to be recognized? For what purpose is Senator from Lynchburg, Senator Peake, rise?
Okay.
I can't hear you.
He's not.
I did not rise at all, and my request to speak light was not on.
Oh, I see. Okay. You had remarked earlier you wanted to talk about Duke beating North Carolina.
I do not recall China.
And I want to make sure you had your opportunity to speak. So I just wanted to make sure.
I believe.
However long you need.
I believe we said China versus Russia, and there were no winners.
I thank the senator. For what purpose is the junior senator from Richmond City, Senator Morrissey, rise?
Mr. President, I rise for a motion.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I ask that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in the memory of Shamar Hill Jr. Shamar Hill Jr. was 3 years old. He was killed in the front porch of his front yard 10 days ago by a stray bullet. They had his going home service about 3 hours ago. He leaves two sisters, and he was known for his infectious and megawatt smile. He loved superheroes. The takeaway from that, if there is any positive takeaway, is the community needs to get involved in helping to solve these crimes. So with that said, Mr. President, I ask that when we adjourn today, we do so in the memory of 3-year-old Shamar Hill Jr.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be recognized? Seeing none, the clerk will report any announcements on the desk.
Today, Monday, February 10th, the Committee on Commerce and Labor will meet 15 minutes after adjournment, Senate Room A, Pocahontas. This is a schedule change. Commerce and Labor, 15 minutes after adjournment, Senate Room A. The Committee on Finance and Appropriations will meet immediately upon adjournment of Commerce and Labor in Senate Room A, Pocahontas. This is also a schedule change. The Education and Health Subcommittee on Higher Education will not meet. The Finance and Appropriations Subcommittee on Health and Human Resources will meet The Finance and Appropriations Subcommittee on Health and Human Resources has been canceled. The Judiciary Subcommittee on Civil Law will not meet. The Northern Virginia delegation will not meet. Tomorrow, Tuesday, February 11th, the Finance and Appropriations Subcommittee on Economic Development and Natural Resources will meet at 7:30 a.m., Senate Subcommittee Room 1, 5th floor, Pocahontas. Senators Marsden, Ruff, Howell, Saslaw, Hanger, and Barker. The Finance and Appropriations Subcommittee on General Government will meet at 7:30 a.m., Senate Leadership Conference Room, 6th floor, Pocahontas. Senators Peterson, Newman, Lucas, Vogel, Locke, and Eben. The Committee on Finance and Appropriations will not meet. This is a schedule change. Finance and Appropriations will not meet tomorrow. The Rehabilitation and Social Services Subcommittee on ABC will not meet. The Democratic Caucus will meet at 1/2 hour before session in Senate Room 1. Republican Caucus will meet 1/2 hour before session in Senate Room 2. And there are 4 shopping days. 4 left.
4 left. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Do any other senators wish to be recognized? Is there any other business to come before the Senate? Seeing none, call the senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate do now adjourn until 10:30 a.m. tomorrow. 10:30 a.m. tomorrow. And when we adjourn, Mr. President, I move that we do so in memory of Shamar Hill Jr.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall the Senate stand adjourned until 10:30 a.m. tomorrow, and that when we so adjourn, we do so in the honor and memory of 3-year-old Shamar Hill Jr.? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Senate stands adjourned until 10:30 a.m. tomorrow in the honor and memory of Shamar Hill Jr.